A very good afternoon to all of you. We are beginning the session on healthcare and pharmaceuticals, partnering for a healthy future at the 9th edition of the CII India-LAC Conclave. May I request all the speakers to kindly join on the stage and take their seats, please. May I also request the people in the back of the room to kindly take their seats and get settled. I request Mr. Namit Joshi, who is also the session chair and moderator for this session, Vice Chairman, Pharmaxil, and Commercial Director, Centrion Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Joshi has a career experience of 28 years in different facets of pharmaceuticals, diagnostics, biologics, retail pharmacies, and healthcare media advocacy. His overall career experience covers the entire value chain from drug substance to drug products. I request Mr. Joshi to kindly begin this session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests and delegates. So today's topic of the panel discussion is healthcare and pharmaceutical and partnering for a healthy future. Now this seems and sounds to be a very interesting topic, and I promise you there will be a lot of interesting deliberations which will happen today because the panel what we have on the dais constitutes investors, constitutes people from the trade of pharmaceutical, constitutes people from hospital healthcare industry, and also we have His Excellency Dr. Frank Anthony, who is the Health Minister of Guyana. So from the LATAM market, India-LATAM perspective, including Caribbean countries, islands, I think this would come out to be a very interesting session, and I welcome you all on board. And before I start, I would like to introduce the panel here on the dais. And to start with, I would like to invite Akriti Bajaj. Akriti Bajaj is a senior AVP from Invest India, and she's been leading the healthcare vertical, promoting the investment in medical devices also in past. And she was earlier the consulting risk manager and strategy development. She has an expertise on business analytics and strategy. And she was also named as Medgate Top 50 Healthcare Leaders in 2021. She has a master's in instrument engineering from BITS, Pilani. And she has also bachelor's from the same campus, same institute. So I invite Akriti to express her views around this particular session. Over to you.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to be here. And I would also like to extend thank you to the organizers for inviting me. My name is Akriti Bajaj, as was introduced. I lead the Life Sciences Cluster, which consists of medical devices, healthcare, medtech, pharmaceuticals, and biotech as well. But today I will be focusing on opportunities that exist in the pharmaceuticals because that sector has seen a lot of growth, especially during the COVID times. I just have a quick presentation of 5 minutes. That's what the organizers have given to me, so apologies if I have to rush through them, but I guess the organizers can share a copy of the same with you. So as you can see, the first slide actually talks about the pharma sector's overview. By overview, we want to understand what is the market potential that exists for this particular sector. Right now, India is called the pharmacy of the world. And as you can see in the graph, the bar graph that's on your left, that talks about the potential, the market potential, which is at 50 billion USD right now, and it is expected to be around 130 billion by 2030. On the right, you can see the various schemes that are introduced by the government of India, which will actually help us achieve the goal of 130 billion USD by 2030. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, this 130 billion figure will also see a revision over the couple of years, and you will see that the 130 billion is achieved sooner than later. And as you can see, the slide also talks about the different rankings that the Indian pharmacy sector has. So we have a 4% share in the global pharma market. That actually shows the potential and also highlights the growing potential and as an investment opportunity for everyone. Okay, so the next slide obviously talks about the pharmaceuticals export. Where is this market actually going to? Because we have a very strong domestic market presence, and we also have presence, and we export to a lot of domestic market as well, as you can see in the graph here. So this graph is a very data-heavy graph because we had to actually show the expanse of the pharmaceutical sector in India and the presence across the different countries. So you can see that there are 8 Indian companies that are among the top 20 generic companies that exist. And this slide shows you that India is basically everywhere and why we are actually called the pharmacy of the world. So this next slide covers the market potential. On the left, you see the different opportunities that you can explore in the Indian market. And on the right, you can see how and why is this market actually growing. The increased life expectancy leads to a lot of usage, increase in healthcare requirements, not only in pharmaceuticals, but a lot of healthcare services as well as medical devices. And then there is, of course, the new vision that we have for medical value tourism, which implies that a lot of medical tourists, foreigners, traveling to other countries for availing treatment. So that also shows that a lot of people would be traveling to India for treatments. Right now, we are the 10th ranking in the world, and that ranking is expected to get better. So you can see the kind of opportunities that can exist just because of the different healthcare services availed even not only by Indians, but also by people who would be traveling to India for treatment. So this slide covers the different pharmaceutical clusters that exist right now. As you can see, the ones that are highlighted here are the 3 bulk drug parks that the government gave an extension of investment for. And the others that you can see, the ones that are coming up right now, are the existing clusters that are already prevalent across in India. And a lot of companies, as you can see on the slides, are already present in these clusters. So you can actually avail the supply chain benefits of existing clusters right now. Too late, I think I'm almost on the last slides, but nonetheless, I will move to the foreign direct investments, which is what Invest India's primary role is, to attract foreign direct investments in India, and especially in the pharmaceutical sectors, because it is one of the top sectors when it comes to attracting foreign direct investments from different countries. As you can see, the different opportunities that exist here, these are here on the slides, but I would like to focus on the research and development and innovation opportunities that exist right now. There is a draft policy that exists right now that is not finalized yet, but that talks about the research and development specifically in pharmaceutical and medical devices. So there will be a couple of incentives highlighted, there will be a couple of regulatory streamlining that will happen after the policy. So we are trying to be the R&D hub for the world, for not only for pharmaceuticals, but for medical devices. That's why we are actually looking for launching that policy soon. And as you can see, the FDI figures are 21.5 billion from April 2000 to present, to March 2023. And as far as the rules go, when it comes to the FDI investments that are accepted in India, there's a 100% FDI under automatic route for greenfield projects. For brownfield, there's 74% FDI and up to 100% under the government route. And the last row in the slide that you can see talks about the different companies, different global companies that have set up different kind of projects in India. Like for example, Teva has been seeing a growth in India, and they have R&D centers across India. J&J has also opened a pharmaceutical development center in India. And a lot of other companies which perhaps could not be covered in the slides are actually currently exploring in India, which is where Invest India comes in, because we help you understand not only the opportunities that exist, not only the subsectors wherein you should actually look at investing, but also we help you actually execute the investment on ground by helping you understand which cluster that you should go for, which cluster would be suitable for which subsector. And we also help you understand which entry route you should explore. And of course, the regulatory clearances in India, since we are a diverse country, so we support you end-to-end in regulatory clearances as well. Any challenges or any hindrances that you face during that process, we are there as your one-stop shop to facilitate your investments in India. And the last column talks about probably the thing that I feel is the best that we do is the long-term partnership. We understand that for some time you might not be exploring investment opportunities. In the beginning you are, and probably that is where we will come in and be long-term partners for you for when you start actually exploring those opportunities, or maybe you have set up a facility in India and you are facing some challenges in that facility. We will be there with you at every point, and also help you understand if there are any expansion projects that you should explore in different segments within the pharma and the life sciences sector. So we provide this end-to-end partnership, and of course it's there to ensure the ease of doing business, and of course to help you with the entire process. So thank you, and these are our email addresses. Would love to connect with you if there are any queries that you may have. We have a dedicated team of sector experts who look after different areas and segment. And thank you for the organizers once again, and I hope I adhere to the 5-minute deadline that was given to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Akriti, for the lovely deliberations. It sounds very interesting that we foresee 2030 to be a 130 billion potential market for India. Right now, I see an opportunity when you share 4% of the market share, global market share, what we have in India. I think from 4 to 96 is highly scalable. It also complements the digital supremacy what we have, and the proven records what we have in past, like how we dealt COVID, how we sustained our position, and how we demonstrated humanity as the core culture of India. 60,000 generics, 500 bulk drugs. These all figures sounds very interesting, promising, and this also opens a hell lot of opportunity for India and LATAM countries to collaborate further, complementing each other technological prowess as well as the pharmaceutical and healthcare sector's strength what we have between the two nations. Now, thank you so much, Akriti, for your deliberation. Now, I invite Anupama Rao Singh. She's Vice President for Latin American region, and she's one of the most apt panelists over here to share her views and thoughts around how India and LATAM market sees a fostering partnership and a future together. Something on Anupama. Anupama has more than 2 decades of experience in pharmaceutical sales and marketing. Currently, she is into her dual role of heading the LATAM region and also heading the Center of Excellence for Dr. Reddy's lab. We're in marketing for oncology and hospital business. She is a B Pharma from Bombay University, I think, and she has done a management from Symbiosis, a very prominent management institute in India. She has been more into strategy and brand management, and she has worked in companies like Pfizer and Dr. Reddy's lab. She has been instrumental in expanding the business in LATAM market. Right now, if we need to measure the footprints of Dr. Reddy's lab, then they are present in 15 countries in LATAM market, and they have a headcount of around more than 130 employees there. And it's a big sizable expansion of Dr. Reddy's and their ambitions for the LATAM market. And she's a fitness enthusiast. She runs a lot, she cycles a lot, and whatever sports activity she managed to pull out time for her busy schedule, she tries to invest more on her health. So she's a classical case of how we can bridge the gap between healthcare profession and on self-fitness. So over to you, Anupama. I invite you to share your views around the opportunities. It's all up to you. You can share.
So if it's okay, I can share my views from here. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction, and also thank you to the team at CII and LAC region for inviting me for this panel discussion. Both Akriti and Mr. Namit actually set a very good stage about the Indian pharmaceutical industry and the potential. And that makes my job that much more easier. Sharing a little bit about our journey in the Latin American region, and I have had the good fortune of working in many of the Latin American markets. We have been there in some of the Caribbean countries like Jamaica for more than a decade. Trinidad, Tobago, the Caribbean region, we have been there for more than a decade, and for more than 7 years now in the Latin America region. Brazil being our biggest presence, followed by Colombia. We have been present in Chile, South America, and Central American markets. What we are aiming to do is to bring access to affordable medicines, innovative medicines through high quality generics and biosimilars across LATAM. And our experience of working in the Latin American region has been extremely positive. It is a unique region with its own set of, let's say, challenges and opportunities. One being that the regulatory requirements across the region are not harmonized like, say, Europe. So that makes it much more challenging to approach each country differently. While there is a possibility to have harmonization of some of the regulatory requirements across countries because they are all Spanish-speaking countries. Secondly, we see that there is a huge need for improving access to high-quality generics, largely because the governments also look at expanding access to more number of patients. We see chronic diseases like cancer, cardio, diabetes on the rise in Latin America region as well, very similar to what we see, say, in India region. And today, more than 60 to 65 molecules in our pipeline is something that we have launched in the Latin American region. During the COVID period, we partnered with the El Salvador government to supply molnupiravir, to the El Salvador. We were the first company to supply to the government of El Salvador to support the COVID patients. At the same time, we see that there is a huge opportunity to launch much more number of biosimilars and generics. To give an example, today we invest heavily in Brazil, Colombia, Chile, where we invest on filing many products. In fact, some of the products that we are looking at are extremely complex, which are not there in the market. They're out of stock, but the patients need them. And so what we are looking at is how we can bring products like these to more number of patients for the Brazilian population or for the Colombian population. At the same time, I think Akriti made a very good point about India being a hub for a lot of things. We see India being a hub for innovation that we can develop and pass it on to the Latin America region, and that is including digital innovations, which Mr. Namit was referring to. A lot of digital innovation for patient care is something that we are developing here and piloting it in markets like Brazil, Colombia, because we see that while the infrastructure is improving for the patients and there is medicines coming in, there is still a gap in healthcare delivery and care. So for example, we have launched a digital product that helps the cancer patients be connected to their care team in the hospital and manage the side effects, the nutrition on real-time basis. The hospitals and the doctors in Latin America have been extremely open to pilot such innovations from companies like Dr. Reddy's. At the same time, we also partner with a lot of local companies to transfer our products to them, and some of the local Brazilian companies are our partners for some of the cardio, diabetes, CNS products. So all in all, we see that it is despite a couple of challenges on the ground, we see that there are so many synergies between Latin America and India, whether it is culturally, whether it is the values-wise, at the same time, the need for high-quality generics, that we are able to partner with the healthcare system there to expand access for the medicine. So I'll pause here. Over to you, Mr. Namit. Any questions, clarification? Happy to provide.
Okay, I think we'll take the question-answer session during the open course, but then thank you so much, Anupama. Take the stage. Thank you very much, Anupama, for sharing your views on the opportunities between India and Latin market. As you rightly pointed out on the access to medicine part, and there where we see an opportunity, like that is why the market share, global market share is 4%, and we see a lot of opportunities where access to medicine would become the integral need of any country or nation, including India also. We also want to provide medicines to each and every corner of our country. The point which you highlighted is very relevant, which we have been struggling for quite some time, is the harmonization of the policies. What we see, if you talk about LATAM as a market, unlike European Union, where there is a single window approval, the regulatory processes are very harmonized. If you step into one country, this regulatory guidelines are applicable across the European Union. This would be our ambition also, that the best practices across the continent should become the framework for the single regulatory approval in the LATAM market. Unfortunately, the biggest struggle for us starts when we try to venture out in any of the countries in the LATAM market, and we find that the regulatory requirements are little different than X to Y, Y to Z. So we would earnestly request to the audience and the people who are the relevant stakeholders to hear us out and help us out in terms of framing a very harmonized regulatory guidelines, which gives us opportunity for both the nations to operate more cohesively and try to foster further growth between the two regions. Now I invite Commander Navneet Bali. He has a long introduction. I went through his profile, and first I was very impressed because when you hear commanders, a defense person stepping into a corporate life, itself brings in a lot of discipline and in terms of the ethical way of doing business. Commander Bali is the Senior Vice President and the Group Head of NH, which we earlier used to call as Narayan Hridayalaya. Hriday in English means heart, and now it is being rechristened as Narayan Health. And why health? Because when he was the North Region head, that was a time Narayan Health was trying to increase its footprint in the North Region under his able leadership. And there were 4 hospitals which were introduced as super specialty or multi-speciality hospitals under his able leadership of Commander Bali. And to start with, I think Dharamshila super speciality was the one in Delhi. Then the second one was Narayan super speciality in Gurugram. And the third one was Mata Vaishno Devi Shrine Specialty Hospital in Katra, Jammu. And the fourth one was multi-speciality hospital in Jaipur. So under his able leadership, he could expand the footprints of NH across the northern part. And from there, he went up to pick up the senior position of the group lead or group head as a senior vice president in NH. He has done his master in finance, a very strange academic profile. Being a commander of Navy, serving Navy for 30 years, he did his master's in finance from NFIM, and he did his graduation from Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. He also did a financial administrative manager special course in strategic financial management and inventory control and working capital management from Edinburgh Business School, Scotland. So academically, I find a very strong blend of finance, defense, and strategy all come along very well into his profile. I think he has been the co-chairman for National Health Council ASSOCHAM. He was also the CII, Northern Region Health Council member in CII, and he was also mentor for Atal Innovative Mission in Niti Aayog. So a very profound profile, and I invite you to share your views and enlighten us with your thought process around this partnership.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, the heads of missions, government officials, audience on and off the stage, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me here today. I'm here to share the story of a wonderful organization called Narayana Health, or as they call Narayana Hridyalaya. This was a healthcare organization which was started in 2000 by a visionary doctor called Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, who was a cardiac surgeon himself. And his simple mission in life was that he wanted to disassociate affluence of an individual from the healthcare accessibility that he or she got. So in 2000, the dream was that he wanted to bring down the cost of cardiac surgery in India to around $1,000 US. The cost of cardiac surgery at that time in US was $100,000 US. And that was a dream by which he started his first hospital, and we started the journey of NH. And this was done primarily by looking at the economies of scale, doing many more surgeries in a day. For example, NH does India's largest pediatric cardiac surgeries today, which is around 18% of the total cardiac surgeries. He also, put across many such processes by which we were able to do close to 40 to 50 surgeries in a day rather than performing 2 to 3 surgeries in a day. And that straight away led to many of those efficiencies which were brought inside the system, and we were able to do what we wanted to do. We also started a scheme called the Yashaswini scheme in Karnataka, which is a state in India, where farmers, by paying a very small sum of ₹5, which is almost 1/10 of a US dollar, were able to get surgeries done in any private hospital costing somewhere around 4 to 5 lakh rupees. And this was the, I would say, the precursor of the Ayushman Bharat scheme, which the country then thereafter started. Now that we have this scheme in India which takes care of all people below poverty line and provides them, the family, 5 lakh rupees per family treatment, free of cost. And many states in India today have almost a universal health coverage where every resident can avail of this facility, and that's what it is. One very important thing we also started doing was, or we have started thinking was, that a country like India, where we have 140 crore people or 1.4 billion people, it was soon understood that with us having only 1.3% of GDP towards healthcare and a very small tax to GDP ratio, it was just not possible for us to deliver universal healthcare to every human being in this country. And so rather than having a universal health coverage, why not think about a universal insurance for every citizen of India? Just to give you some figures so out of the 1.4 billion people that we have, around 0.8 billion are not covered by any insurance or by any panel or anything. So they have an out-of-pocket expenditure of close to around 58%, which is one of the highest in the world. And to solve this problem, it was thought that every individual in India should have a healthcare insurance. And now the work has started to give that also, so that the next revolution in healthcare in India is going to happen through the insurance scheme, whereby paying a small amount of money, your whole family gets covered by insurance and you have access to the highest quality of healthcare. And this is a solution that we're thinking. In fact, going a step further, and I think this is a great formula for all of us here sitting to just think about, is what happens when a healthcare provider becomes an insurer himself. What I mean is, today hospitals earn money out of disease and misery of people. What I mean, when the diseased person comes to a hospital, they pay a bill, and that's how we hospitals end up making money. What happens if I'm providing an insurance to a family, and then I become a partner in the health of the individuals, and it becomes much more prudent for me to keep the individual out of the hospital, because I don't want him then to come to the hospitals because I have taken a small premium for the family. And by that, I become a partner in the health of the individual rather than getting money out of the disease of the individual. and this, we think, is going to be a massive change or a mind shift in how we are able to look at healthcare of people when we are actually invested into the health of people rather than making money out of it. The healthcare model today, as we understand, is a model where there's a tremendous deficit of trust between the patients and the hospitals and the insurance company. The patients don't trust the hospitals don't trust the insurance companies, and all three of them don't trust each other. Why? We can break this when we go into the model where we provide the insurance for the patients and we are invested in the health. What interests all of you sitting here is the next story which I'm going to tell you, and that is the story in Cayman Islands. And in 2014, NH went and opened their own hospital in Cayman. And this was a 104-bedded hospital. And the hospital started off, slowly. The important thing that we wanted to tell the government in Cayman Island was that please allow us to bring doctors and nurses from India rather than having us to get them from either US or somewhere else. And I think we are very grateful to the government of Cayman that it was allowed. And we were able to bring nurses and doctors from India into Cayman, and basically it brought down the cost of healthcare tremendously in Cayman Islands. The real test of time came when you had complete lockdown in Cayman during the COVID, and nobody from the island could go outside, people could not come inside, and this is where the hospital really came of age. And today it's one of the most successful healthcare providing campuses in that island. NH is investing more money, and we are setting up the first radiation oncology facility in this hospital, the Health City Cayman Island. We are looking for many more such opportunities in other countries around. And not only NH, I think in India there will be many groups who would look for such opportunities. This will also entail that we tweak some of the legislations that exist in the countries, and we are able to then help bring the cost of healthcare down in these countries. The solution which we were setting out was a solution which makes quality healthcare affordable NH has one of the lowest infection rates today amongst the healthcare providers in India. They also are way ahead as far as reducing the readmissions and all of you who are aware of how healthcare goes. But overall, the philosophy that we had not only benefited what we did in the country, it also went and benefited people of Cayman Island, who today have a tremendous amount of access to one of the best physicians in the world, the best doctors in the world, excellent nurses, technicians, who are providing this care. Going forward, it's also thought that India is going to be one of the largest provider of technically sound healthcare professionals to the world, which includes both doctors, technicians, nurses, because we have a very young population of these professionals, and I think a great opportunity exists for our doctors, technicians, nurses to go and serve across the world and to provide the quality care that we see in institutions like NH. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Commander Bali, for the interesting deliberation on how NH stands for its value. It's amazing to hear that someone had a vision of bringing down the cost of therapy from $100,000 to $1,000, and it is being successfully implemented, practiced, and experienced by so many patients in and around India. I wish you all the luck for your venture in Cayman Island, which I think when the intent is pure, when you have a very clear ethical grounds and vision to expand your wings, I think Almighty also supports your vision, and I wish you all the luck for that. Now I invite His Excellency Dr. Frank C.S. Anthony as a special guest of this panel. 2 days from now, maybe in the year 2020, he took the charge of Health Minister for the government of Guyana. I think 5th of August 2020, when the world was combating the pandemic challenge, COVID challenges, that was the time the President, Dr. Ali, Irfan Ali, created a portfolio and identified Dr. Frank C.S. Anthony as the person who would drive the country to combat the incoming challenges of COVID. That speaks about the potential what Dr. Anthony would be having and the trust what the President would be having on His Excellency Dr. Anthony. Interestingly, he did his medicine from Russia and also did his master's in public health from Hebrew University. He came back and he dedicated himself to the nation, and he has been driving the national policies, and he's having an avid interest in ensuring the public health and safety of his own country. We invite him to share his views on this collaboration of India and the country Guyana further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think that was quite a lengthy introduction. First of all, with this particular panel, I think I would speak from a very different perspective, because the three presenters before me spoke more or less from a perspective of what India has been doing. And I want to speak from the perspective of what I think from a country that can benefit from the kinds of innovations that you have here in India. So we have been observing a number of things that has happened here in healthcare. You spoke about the insurance, where more than 500 million persons would have access now to insurance so that they can go and have access to healthcare. You also, I think, spoke about the affordability of generics and not only generics, but other medicines that people would need for their care. And there are these types of innovations that I think in Latin America we can benefit from understanding how you were able to do it, and then perhaps using these as models and adapting them to our situation. Because some of the challenges that you do have, which includes maybe some disparities between different states, inequalities and so forth, that you're now working to fix, we as countries, we do have the same kinds of problems. So in Guyana, for example, we have disparities between care that is given on the coastline of Guyana versus in the interior of Guyana. And that is something that we are working to remedy. So these innovations that you have, I think, by us learning more about them, we'll certainly be able to adapt them to our country. I want to touch more particularly on the pharmaceutical industry. As you have said, India is regarded as the pharmacy of the world. And we just saw from the very first presentation the numbers, which bears out the fact that you're indeed the pharmacy of the world. But we saw that in a during COVID and in a post-COVID situation, during COVID, one of the challenges that we saw was we were not able in many parts of the world to have access to medication. And the logistics of moving things to where it was needed was very problematic. Not only medication, we saw the big problems we had with PPEs. We had huge problems in terms of vaccinations. These things, while in some parts of the world it was being made, we could not have access to it. In particular, when we think about COVID-19 vaccines, while the mRNA technology was used to manufacture vaccines, even if you had the money, we weren't able to buy these vaccines because they weren't on the market. And even if they promised to give you the vaccines, you had to stand in a queue. And if you're a small country, then you would not necessarily get it, early. So these were huge problems for us. Luckily, I think for Guyana and a lot of the countries in the Caribbean, we were able to benefit from the generosity of India, because when you sent vaccines to the Caribbean, we were able to get those vaccines. And the first set of persons that we gave those vaccines to were our healthcare workers. So I want to say at this forum, we want to acknowledge the donation that came from India so that we can have vaccines for people at the beginning of the pandemic. And I think that deserves a big round of applause. So learning from this experience that we've had during COVID, we think it's very important that we get some of the pharmaceutical companies here in India to maybe shift location as to where they can manufacture. And in Guyana, we want to create the enabling environment so that you can come to Guyana and set up your manufacturing plants. And if you do that, then you would have access to the CARICOM market, which is a block of countries, and you can also have access to the Latin American countries. So it's a very strategic geolocation for manufacturing. And this is something that we want pharmaceutical companies who are here to really think about. How do you situate yourself so that we can solve some of the logistical problems that we had during COVID? The other point that was made was one of regulations. And that is something that we need to work on to harmonize. So in the CARICOM area, I know that there's an organization called CARFA, and CARFA has been working to try to harmonize regulations dealing with pharmaceutical importation. But every country has its own Food and Drug Administration, so it sometimes makes it very difficult. But nevertheless, I think this is something that we can take back and continue to work on because we see the necessity to do so. In some parts of CARICOM, some parts of the Caribbean, one of the things that they have also embraced is to come together as a bloc to buy medicines as a bloc. And you also have, at the level of the Pan American Health Organization, that they have developed a strategic fund to purchase medicine. And again, if you buy in block, you can probably influence the price, and that price can then be passed on to the countries. So one of the things that we are currently doing in Guyana, for example, we want to offer treatment to Hep C patients. But the medicines for Hep C, if you go on the market to buy it, you probably have to pay about $2,000 per patient. But because we were part of the strategic fund that the Pan American Health Organization has developed, we were able to access those medications for $200. So buying in block also makes a big difference. And that is something that we can pool our resources to do and come to you to talk to you about that. So I think there are lots of things that we can do together, but I want us to think strategically about locating some of the facilities that you have here so that you can do manufacturing closer to the Caribbean and Latin America. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Frank C.S. Anthony. Your views on the potential collaboration and your perspective about how you see from your own side in terms of the potential of collaborating between the two nations. I think this brings in a very interesting discussion in the panel wherein when you talk about bulk buying, which definitely improves the cost of sourcing, I think parallelly we have to also ensure that it does not lead to the compromise on the quality side. And on the generic space, what India can promise you that we offer one of the most affordable medicine across the world with a quality benchmark which people can trust upon. There is a history, and that is why we have a growing pattern of exports from India, because the quality drive the measures what we take, barring few incidents recently. This has been the epitome of our success. Like, we have been driving our business, our exports, keeping quality at the forefront. When you talk about bulk buying, block buying, we also see a very unique trend in Caribbean and Latin market, wherein we see the largest importing partners. If you talk about bilateral trade, we see US as topping the chart. Like, they have the market share of around 24-23% plus, followed by China, followed by Germany. India stands 6th in the rank of imports by Latin and Caribbean. Now, at times we wonder that we are producer of very affordable medicine worldwide, and we are the pharmacy of the world. But still, when we see a choice has to be made, generally the choice is going more towards certain multinationals who have operations in China also for formulation. So we are importing medicines from China at a very high cost. There is an easy alternate of India, which offers you a very affordable medicine. But I think that mindset has to be cleared before we jump into a conclusion of which is the sourcing community which you would like to look into. But then our presentation would be that, yes, there is a patent product being consumed, and there is a generic portion which is being consumed. The potential of generic out of the 53 billion is approximately 17.9 billion. And out of that, we do an export of only 1.7 or 1.8 billion. So there is a huge scope for India to step into that market, which makes access to medicine across the nation, the continent, at a much affordable price. To give you an example, when you talk about hepatitis C, Hep C, we make vaccines also for hepatitis C. And the cost of vaccine would not exceed more than, say, if you talk about multi-dose vial, it will not cost more than $5 per dose. Wherein when we are talking about the treatment, it goes up to $200. So there is a prophylaxis also, and there is a treatment also. We have to evaluate because we have a vaccine progress, so we can have also an evaluation on that front of prophylaxis, that how much we can immunize the community, so that they don't go into that part of the expense where they need a treatment also. So on both the fronts, India would offer a very suitable option for you as well as to the Latin market, wherein we can support and help each other, making a more healthier world to live in. With the contribution of hospital and healthcare system like NH, we are very keen to also do a tech transfer in terms of the services what we provide. We have high level of services in terms of our paramedics, in terms of our medicals, in terms of our doctors. And when NH decided to venture into Cayman Island, that was one of the objectives, that we would like to expand or transfer our expertise into the healthcare system, into the countries which need it the most. So it can be a complete mapping of the ecosystem, the value chain, right from a prescriber to a consumer, which our country can provide to LATAM as well as to the Caribbean island. So thank you very much for your important views. Now, I think we are bang on time or a little ahead of time. I open this session for questions, clarifications, views to the audience, as well as any questions to the panelists. Yeah, I see a few hands being raised. Do we have the PA system mic anywhere?
Hey, good afternoon. Dr. Ganesh here again. I've been practicing medicine since 1991, in fact. Let me tell you, when we started Manipal Hospital on the 15th of March, 1991, the first day, we go to the casualty, we have to do a night, we have to run the emergency, no drugs. So the then MD, Mr. Shantarampai, pulled out money from his wallet, and we went to a place called Indira Nagar and purchased few medicines for 250 rupees to start Manipal Hospital, Bangalore that night. So I've been following this industry, in fact, setting up or getting a distribution to Guyana in 2000. I was speaking to the family which runs microlabs in Bangalore. See, the whole idea of what prospective India looks at the Latin America is quite different. And in reality, what's happening on the ground is very different. Now, when you had a very good stats of the market share of how much we purchase, the Caribbean purchases from the US and the rest of the world, and India is down the middle or mid-order of the table, is because there's a lot of drugs which comes into the Caribbean. But let me tell you the truth, I can't even identify some of the companies where they're manufactured. So I think the Indian manufacturing and your authority controlling exports should first tighten the strings. So if I have a brand, say from Reddy Laboratories available on the market, which is at $10, and I have a next brand, which is at $2, same drug. To a common man, it doesn't make no difference. If it's azithromycin 500 from Reddy's or azithromycin 500 from somebody else, I would take the $2 one. That's the major problem. So, and the next thing, when I go and meet a lot of Indian people who come out of India, and they say we are the pharmacy of the whole world. But we got to look at the whole ecosystem. Where does most of the products for you to manufacture in India come from? What is our trade in pharmaceuticals from China? How much comes from China? And how much do we make here? And how much do we put out? And again, between regulations now, you're talking about, you see, the point is what, I don't know, the pharmaceutical industry or the trade industry, trade part in India is missing out is regulations. Like, if you take, it is lucky for Guyana because geographically we are in South America and part of the Commonwealth. So any regulations that works with the Commonwealth should nearly work with Guyana because they are all mostly based nearly around that. And why is it so that the American purchases more? Because countries of that size will not be able to invest in R&D for regulatory constitution, to create a regulation. So what they do, the easy way out there is adapt the FDA America, FDA North America. So if you have an approval in FDA America, you can sell it there. And the Americans have done such a good job at it, the whole of Central America, Caribbean and South America also goes by it.
So, sir, what would be your question to the
So
panel?
my question is, looking at all this, keeping, you were talking about affordable drugs, you were talking about, how this healthcare thing is going, affordability. The population is such a big thing. If you don't have numbers like from Narayan Hridayalaya, if you don't have volumes in smaller countries, it will definitely be a problem. So my question is, how are you going to address these things?
Okay. So anyone from the panel, or otherwise I would like to take this? Okay. So when you talk about the options of $10, $2, same molecule, and there's a confusion in the market, drug approval has to undergo certain regulatory compliance in every country. Like, that is what we were talking about also. Like, maybe X country has a different set of rules and regulations on the quality and approval side, and Y country would have a different rules and regulation. India as a country has been always adhering to the local rules and regulations. We are also planning to adopt the PICS guidelines for the domestic manufacturing, which is intended for export also. So the drive on quality is already there. It's not that we are trying to shy away from that part of the quality what you are talking about. But when it comes to cost optimization, I think the ecosystem is so well placed in India right now with the introduction of PLI, that what Akriti was also talking about, that we are going to backwardly integrate to the key starting material stage. Right now, the value chain is being mapped into China. We are not talking about the formulation. Formulation, we are the pharmacy of the world. But when you talk about what is needed to manufacture that formulation, the value chain mapping goes back into China. We see that a lot of imports are happening of the APIs, of the intermediates and the raw material from China. So the big mega step during the COVID was taken by the government of India to introduce the product-linked incentive scheme. And we have identified major products under that regime, which will stabilize India's position in terms of the value chain mapping back to our own planet, our own country, our own nation. So there are many pharmaceutical companies who have bidded for it. We are also one of them who has bidded for atorvastatin. We have won that. And we are very proud to say that we don't buy anything from any other country. Rather, everything which is produced, sourced indigenously within India. So that is very positive and upcoming side for India to establish their footprint in the global market if we backwardly integrate to the key starting material. And there where the quality, economy, cost of medicine and the access to medicine all come into play, because we will then be able to address our position and consolidate our position as the pharmacy of the world in a much better way. Because we also experienced the same thing in the COVID, that we had the opportunity to serve humanity outside India also, but the supply chain from China was jeopardized because of the own internal challenges, and we had the opportunity, but we could not formulate and sell. So whatever best we could do, we did that. That is why our vaccine export to LATAM market was 107 million in 2021, because vaccine supply chain is not integrated back to China. It is integrated to somewhere other different parts of the world that is coming from Europe also. If you talk about AstraZeneca, if you talk about Bharat Vaccine and Serum, they are all integrated outside China. So that is why we were very successful in supporting the community outside India by serving them through our vaccines also. And these are all quality products. So I think we are traveling towards that particular area, and we are quite hopeful that as a nation, and we are very proud of the way we are thinking right now. We are integrating ourselves to the key starting material, and slowly our dominance will be felt across the world in terms of the production and capabilities. Now, the second phase would be transferring this technology and services back to the countries in LATAM and Caribbean island. We have a service provider in terms of doctors and paramedics, and we have pharmaceutical manufacturing units. We have 21 companies from India who have established network in LATAM market, including the Caribbean island. And we have around 8 companies who have their manufacturing unit in LATAM market. So we are traveling towards that zone also. So we are investing now in these countries and try to make the supply chain network go as close as possible to the actual consumer, and that is what His Excellency was also talking about. So that all these developments are moving in the right direction, what we feel right now. Thank you. I think we have, there is one hand. Allow me to take one last question from the lady which is sitting behind. Yes. Is there any?
Hi, namaste everyone. My name is Bruna. I am from Brazil, and we are having a trade company. Brazil and Rio de Janeiro and India. We are just opening Ahmedabad. Gujarat is a state for pharma, and they are opening an office there. And our job is connecting buyers and sellers. So we connect Indian companies that is interested to sell in Brazil and Brazilian companies that want to buy from India. Actually, what happened is my company was dealing with China during COVID, and China was not delivering the goods to Brazil. We are paying 100% advance, and they are making us full. So once we joined the Chamber of Commerce India, Brazil 2 years ago, we closed that we will only work with India. So I'm having been in India for the past 1.5 years, and stay in Ahmedabad and Hyderabad 3 months, now 40 days already passed. And it seems that we should show to Brazil what is India and how India can, you know, provide the medical devices and finished goods and nutraceutical products to Brazil. Brazil is the 5th largest country in the world buying medicines. We are talking revenue approx $30 billion. And we are only approaching to Indian companies. So today my company works with Sun Pharma, Cipla, Intas, Zydus Cadila, many Dr. Reddy's also. We do like paint and expire and developing medicines. But also in this trip that I'm here for the past 45 to 50 days is connecting medium companies that want to approach the market because they easily can be approved in Anvisa. We are 4 partners, and I am one of the owners. I'm in the BD, business development, and we have another partner that is a politician and with Anvisa affairs. Okay. So the picture of regulatory affairs, it's not that difficult and not expensive at all. Okay. On medical devices, you just notify. You don't need to register. So any medical device company here that wants to sell to Brazil, you just need a Brazilian company to hold, you know, to be a hosting, and take only 35 days for be approved. Same as nutraceutical, that's a food. We are regarding food products. We apply not a dossier, just a document, and 35 to 40 days, you can export to Brazil. And we are talking about huge, huge market that can buy from India. Okay. So this is what I want to clarify, you know, because I have like 35, 50 meetings with the Indian in Gujarat, whole Gujarat I was, and they were like, oh my God, it's so difficult to go to Brazil and so difficult to, you know, to do all the notifying and then clear the plant, and Anvisa comes for inspection. It's not that at all. 1 year, you can clear the factory.
Thank you. I got your question. I understood your point.
So my
also.
question, sir, excuse me, it's how we can work with the India government, because you're already approaching the Uttar Pradesh governor, Mr. Patel, that I'm having a meet with her, and how can we do that in politician and also approach and show to Brazil how is India so clear, so safe. I'm woman and I'm roam around that go to everywhere. So our job here is really connect India to Brazil in pharma and show how is it possible to make the sales.
So in nutshell, I will attach you to the right stakeholder so that you should not roam around and hunt for people who can help you.
Sure.
So we have a person sitting right here inside this hall. Her name is Lakshmi. She is the Director of Regulatory Affairs for Pharmexil, and she will be the person who will help you to reach out to
My
you.
problem is not helping. My questions to you is what you all think about approaching Brazil and bringing all that
We will have,
for Latin America.
we will
This is
definitely
my
have
question.
a good round of discussion with you. We are not just concluding it right now, but then Lakshmi and you will coordinate. Lakshmi, please align with ma'am so that we can have a further clarity on this aspect. Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll
Shukriya,
definitely
sir.
support you on
Thank
this aspect. Thank you, everyone. We have, sorry, sir, now we have already crossed our time zone. It is 7 minutes, we are late. So I'll pick up your questions later on in case you want to have a one-on-one interaction with any of the panelists. You are free to do so. Pardon me for that. Thank you, everyone, for this lovely deliberation, the number of questions being asked, and this shows the amount of interest people have on this topic, and we keenly look forward for your support. And we wish to thank all of you and the panelists for giving their valuable time, sharing their views, and also the audience who have shared their time and experiences here under this roof. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
We thank Minister Sir, Mr. Joshi, and all the speakers on the dais here today. I would just like to bring to your attention that the next session in this hall at 3:45 p.m. is on infrastructure and energy, building a roadmap for development and energy transition. And if you would like to join the session on IT and electronics, promoting digital partnerships through technology, that is going to be happening parallel at 3:45. That will be in the Inspire Hall. Thank you. Besides, I would like to also, the international delegates have a site and factory visits that has been arranged by our partners for the conclave, by Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council and Automotive Component Manufacturers Association of India. Interested international delegates may contact officials from ACMA and Pharmexil at the help desk outside the Sovereign Hall. Thank you. to kindly take their seats. We are about to start the next session in this hall, which is on infrastructure and energy. May I request our guests, dignitaries, and the delegates to kindly take their seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again request you to kindly take your seats. We are just beginning the session on infrastructure and energy. Our speakers have also reached and they are on the stage. I request the delegates, dignitaries, and our guests to kindly take their seats and settle down, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. May I request everyone to kindly take your seats, and I request Mr. Tarun Sharma, Deputy Managing Director, India-LAC Bank, the session chair and moderator for the session on infrastructure and energy, building a roadmap for development and energy transition to take forward. I now invite and request Mr. Tarun Sharma, Deputy Managing Director, India-LAC Bank, to kindly initiate this session.
Well, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we are still settling down. I see a few familiar faces who are not yet seated. So, mucho gusto to everybody. Let me clarify that I am not very good at Spanish. I do follow a bit. I lived in that part of the world for about 7 years. So, I picked up a little bit of Spanish, but that was in another lifetime. So, I've forgotten most of it. So, very good afternoon once again. And to our distinguished panel members, Her Excellency Ms. Saavedra, the Vice Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Minister Cuba, His Excellency Mr. Emmanuel Lu, the Deputy Minister of Investment of the New Orleans State Government, Mr. Ramesh Mutha, the Managing Director, Mohan Mutha Group, Mr. Bimlendra Jha, Managing Director of Jindal Steel and Power Limited. So it's really a pleasure. You know, we were having the India-Africa Conclave a little while ago, and then as luck would have it, I traveled to Africa, to Ghana, to attend the annual meetings of the Afro-Exim Bank. And there, the Africans were looking at partnering with the Caribbean countries. So partnerships is a key, you know, that's what I learned over the last 2.5 decades of my professional life. That's once you have partnerships, you build partnerships, you can really make magic. And when it comes to Latin American countries and India, I think we are culturally different in some ways, but culturally similar also in a lot of ways. And you know, there is tremendous potential in trying to do more. So in terms of statistics, you know, I'll maybe quote statistics over the last 20 years, maybe from 2003 to now. Trade between India and Latin America has expanded 21 times. It's crossed the 50 billion mark in US dollar terms for the first time in 2022, which is a significant rise from where it was hovering around 2 billion in 2003. But that's not enough. There is so much potential between the you know, two regions. If you look at the countries in Latin America, very diverse and lots of opportunities there to grow, particularly in the space of you know, sustainable growth. And that's all I'll try and cover a little briefly. In terms of, you know, if you look at the region, there are a number of untapped opportunities. Population is growing, there's a lot of urbanization happening. There's a flourishing middle class across the region. But there is an infrastructure gap. And if you see, you know, I try to see commonalities between what we're seeing here in India and in Latin America. Now, in terms of those infrastructure gaps, we've got, you know, areas such as transportation, energy, and the use of technology. And when we look at energy per se, you know, if you were to focus there for a moment, lots of opportunity in creating sustainable forms of energy, renewable. And I was just having a conversation with the Hon'ble Minister from Cuba, and we were talking about the kind of projects that are being set up in partnership with India. And a number of them are in the area of renewable energy. So solar, wind, and also looking at you know, infrastructure projects which are again in the space of sustainable growth. Bio is another, you know, we've seen a lot of development, a lot of movement ahead. Brazil is a leader in that space. But the opportunities are so huge that, you know, it'll take us a long time to sort of, you know, meet that potential. In terms of, you know, if you look at, compare it with the world where we are today. So in Latin America, roughly around 1.8% of the GDP, of the region's GDP, is used in the space of infrastructure. So that is a challenge, but at the same time, that's a huge opportunity. And why is it an opportunity? Because infrastructure is typically something that lasts for decades, for many, many years. And if we now start moving the space of creating sustainable infrastructure, I think we'll be doing a lot of good for ourselves in the region. One more statistic I'll talk about is, you know, if you talk, according to the Inter-American Development Bank, meeting sustainable development goals in water, sanitation, electricity, transportation, telecommunication in Latin America requires an investment to the extent of over $2 trillion. Now, this was a study done, and this would be by 2030, so about 7 years from now. Of this amount, about 60% would go into a new infrastructure investment, and the balance 40 in looking at replacing or you know, refurbishing existing assets or replacing obsolete assets. Latin America needs to constantly invest at least 3.12% or a little over 3%. So we are less than 2%, but a little over 3% of the GDP by 2030 in order to achieve these goals. So a remarkable amount of opportunities despite the challenges, you know, because we can actually move, we can leapfrog into the new space where advanced economies are looking to move. In terms of the role of development banks, so there's again a very significant role. We've seen what Corporación Andina de Fomento is doing in Latin America, or other regional development banks such as Banco Centroamericano. We have national banks also like Banco Exterior de Cuba, again partnering with the likes of Exim Bank of India in doing things. I'll take a pause here. I thought I'll set the context in terms of where we are. I'll maybe quickly also mention, and maybe I'll dwell on that a little later, is when we talk about sustainable growth, it is in infrastructure, it is in the area of transportation, including the space of having the likes of using renewable in mobility. So whether it is two-wheelers, it is four-wheelers, other transportation mechanisms. And for that, there is a lot of components, a lot of equipment that needs to go in. And this is where, India and countries in Latin America, you've seen countries like Chile, Bolivia, Uruguay, have a lot of lithium deposits. So how does India come in and partner with these countries to try and take this to the next level so that it's a win for both? It's not just looking at using that lithium here in India, but also looking at using that lithium in Latin America. So looking at processing there, looking at it in vehicles there. I'll just quote one small example. Bajaj Auto is a two-wheeler manufacturer from India. And 50% of the exports from India is by Bajaj Auto into Latin America. And they are moving into that EV space. So we can see a huge shift that can happen, transition straight or leapfrog straight into more sustainable growth. I'll take a pause here, and I will invite now Mr. Ramesh Mutha for giving his remarks. What we'll do is we'll have each speaker come over and speak, and we'll have a keynote address and a special address by the two Honorable Ministers, and then we'll have concluding remarks, followed by question and answers if there's time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are honored to welcome the esteemed guests from across the globe, including Her Excellency, Ms. Deborah Rivas Saavedra, Vice Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Ministers of Cuba, His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Lu, Deputy Minister of Investment of the Nuevo Leon State Government, United Mexican, Mr. Christian A. Salamanca, Executive Director of Colombia Association, Sri Tarun Sharma, Deputy Managing Director of Exim Bank of India, and Mr. Bimalendra Jha, Managing Director and Chairman of Jindal Steel and Power. I extend my warmest greetings to all distinguished delegates from Latin America and Caribbean region, senior government officials, and friends from Indian industry. This gathering marks the 9th India-LAC Conclave, a momentous event organized by CII in collaboration with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and the Ministry of External Affairs of India. The conclaves have grown to become a vital platform, uniting leaders from diverse sectors and regions to foster meaningful collaboration and partnership. Since its inception in 2007, the India and LAC conclave have evolved into a crucial congregation of policymakers, business magnates, and leaders from both Latin America and the Caribbean region and India. This year, 9th edition holds special significance as it aims to further deepen India's engagement with LAC region, providing unique opportunities for synergy and growth. Infrastructure development has been a key driver of progress in Latin American countries. The region's economic growth has led to increased demand for improved transportation, network, energy system, telecommunication, water and sanitation facilities. Government and private investors have to come together to invest heavily on infrastructure projects, bridging the gap, boosting the competitiveness and driving driving sustainable development. Notably, Latin America has witnessed a revolution in its transportation system and modern highways, railways, and port, enhancing connectivity between countries and regions, facilitating trade, tourism, and economic growth. This region has also focused on energy infrastructure, investing in renewable sources like wind, solar, and hydropower, reducing reliance on traditional fossil fuels, and promoting environmental sustainability. The rapid expansions of telecommunication infrastructure have concerned millions of people across Latin America, enabling digital inclusion of access to information, impacting education, healthcare, and business sector positively. Significant efforts have been made to upgrade water and supply sanitation systems, improving public health, and paving the way for sustainable urban development. Cities in Latin America are witnessing the urbanizations, demanding modern urban infrastructure, smart cities, initiative incorporating technology, efficiency, manage resources, and improve residents' quality of life. While celebrating the current success of infrastructure growth in Latin America, we acknowledge the challenges ahead, including the infrastructure gap between the urban and rural areas. Collaboration between government, private sectors, stakeholders, and international partners is vital to overcome these challenges and unlock the region's full potentials. I take immense pleasure and pride in sharing the incredible journey of our group Mohan Mutta, a star performer in project exports with a diverse range of services encompassing road project, logistics, solar power, water, sewerage, harbor, port, airport, healthcare, marine construction, dredging, reclamation, and revetment. Then Mohan Mutta Group has left the indelible mark in multiple industries. Our significant presence in Maldives, where most of our projects are successfully completed, showcases our dedication to excellence and sustainable practices. Through joint venture with leading Indian and multinational companies, we have taken our projects of immense significance, delivered exceptional results, setting a benchmark for excellence in the industry. Our ambition to explore the new territories align perfectly with the spirit of the India-LAC Conclave, seeking to foster strong bonds and opportunities for mutual growth and prosperity. We eagerly await the opportunity to step into Latin American countries and contribute to their infrastructure renaissance. I extend our best wishes for a successful and productive 9th India-LAC Conclave. Let us seize the opportunity to forge new partnerships, explore the untapped potentials, and build a bright future for both India and Latin American and Caribbean region. Thank you all for your attention, and may this conclave be a catalyst for remarkable advancement and meaningful connection. Let's work together to create a world of sustainable and inclusive of infrastructure for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. Thank you, Mr. Mutta. And this is, in terms of sustainability, I think that is where we need to move ahead in our partnership. And may I now request Mr. Bimlendra Jha to please take the stage.
Thank you, Mr. Tarun Sharma. And thank you, Mr. Mutta, for an excellent delivery. Welcome, Honorable Minister, and all the delegates over here. I think India and Latin America are in many, many ways in a very similar situation. The situation's similarity comes from the fact that we are sitting at the cusp of an opportunity that the world has not seen before. It is it is true that everybody by now realizes that win-lose is not an option. And people talk about win-win. Let me talk about the third win. Actually, win-win is an inadequate concept, and it has brought the world where it is today. It is a collusive concept. Any two people, any two sets of stakeholders can collude with each other at the cost of a third one, and the third one suffers because they don't have a right at the negotiating table. Let's look at our world since Industrial Revolution. It has worked in a win-win format. The whole world's suppliers, manufacturers, have colluded with the whole world's consumers, that includes all of us, to produce products in mass, to make it cheap, to create employment. And yet, this win-win has been a win-win-lose that now threatens to make it lose-lose-lose. Who is the third loser? The third loser has been the environment, and by corollary, us. Our entire growth since Industrial Revolution has been a carbon-led growth. Our definition of development has been, in those goods and services, the consumption of energy that has been highly carbon intensive. It is for the first time in the history of the world that this is about to change. And more importantly, the richness that was defined by fiat currency, there is a real opportunity to redefine richness in terms of resources that we possess. What are the resources that define the true richness? It is the mineral resources. It is the land. It is the people. It is the solar energy. It is the wind energy. Things that nature provides us. And if we are able to harness these, we can make this century the century where development takes place in the so-called underdeveloped world or undeveloped world into something that is not carbon-led growth, but it is a sustainable growth. That opportunity also exists because today the world is a far greater level playing field than what it used to be. There is, of course, the omnipresence of information technology, digitization, internet. So information asymmetry is reducing dramatically. When this information asymmetry reduces, cooperation increases, because now the need and the resources can be matched with each other much better. India and Latin America both are very, very rich areas of this world. And both have been underdeveloped. But you know what? The great thing about both places is that 75% of the country is yet to be built, 75% of the continent is yet to be built. And it can be built in a sustainable way, because those technologies now exist. For millenniums, in India, steel has been produced, iron has been produced. Those of you who have come from Latin America, please go and take a look at one of the iron pillars that stands for a couple of thousand years, made of steel that has not rusted. The wood steel was invented right here in India. And there has been one commonality to it since its invention. Carbon has been used as a reductant. It is for the first time in the history that instead of carbon, hydrogen can be used as a reductant. And the very simple mathematical equation or the chemical equation where Fe2O3 combines with carbon to generate Fe, which is iron, plus CO2, can be changed into Fe2O3 plus hydrogen, which is equal to Fe plus H2O, which is water. Now this change has become only possible now. It has become possible at scale, and Jindal Steel and Power is the only company in the world that has actually done it at scale in such a manner that it has used the natural advantage of the country, which happens to be in thermal coal. By gasifying this coal, 55% of this gas is hydrogen. The rest of the 10% comes from methane, which is part of that, the syngas. And from that, we get almost 65% hydrogen that goes into reducing iron ore inside a DRI kiln, which is direct reduced iron kiln. Now, this has already been done. The world has already been shown the pathway. Now there are many, many countries that are waking up to the reality that yes, there can be something more that can be done. The hydrogen that can be produced from those natural resources such as solar and wind, etc. Unfortunately, sun is only available during the daytime, and therefore you cannot have 24/7 renewable energy. But people have found the ways. The same energy that is generated during the day can be complemented with wind and then can be complemented with pump storage, and in a very recyclable manner, we can have round-the-clock energy. Jindal Steel and Power itself has committed itself to itself definitely by 2035, but probably by 2030, we will have 100% of our energy, which will be round-the-clock green energy. Now, these are the ambitions that we can have today because it is possible to have these ambitions. Because companies like ours, who have struggled through those phases when capital was not available, where technology was scarce, we have developed these things ourselves, whether it be in mining or beneficiation, whether it is in generation of power, whether it is generation of thermal power and now switching over to round-the-clock green power, whether it is utilization of all these things into either production of hydrogen through the process of coal gasification or through electrolysis of water, all these things are coming together, and then it is creating that infrastructure that is capable of taking on the rich world in a very different manner and showing that growth need not come at the cost of humanity, that this growth will come because of the fundamental resources that we have and the innovativeness, the technology, the training of the people that we can have. Our real assets are our people. For decades, we were told that the greatest liability of India is too many people. Today, the demographic dividend is being recognized by the world that this same country, with so many young people, are actually going to shape the future, not just for one country, but for the whole world. And that's the opportunity that we offer not only to the country where we come from. We have always had this principle from our Vedas which says, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The whole world is our family. And we offer in every possible manner, from vaccination to moving people to helping countries, every which way, this country is poised for leading the way for a sustainable future for the whole of humanity. We offer that hand of friendship to Latin America to participate together with the confidence of this richness of resources that we have, and that we move forward and make this world a better place to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jha, and you put it very aptly in terms of the win, win, and win. Without the third win, I think we're all doing disservice to the planet and to ourselves. May I now invite Mr. Christian Salamanca for a special address, please. Thank you.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम क्रिस्टियन है, मैं आपको कोलंबिया से हूँ। I'm sure that greeting has break the ice, right? Somehow. And that is the few of the sentences I have been able to learn in Hindi, which I'm sure I will practice more from now on. I have made a public commitment on that. Thinking about how to strengthen the relationship between our regions, it comes to my mind, and so it is something that you know is the Indian wedding, right? When you are going to get married. And I know that when the match is going to happen, normally people say matches are made in heaven. but I'm not sure if they have come to India to notify that. Because normally, you know, you have to, from one side, you need to have the profile of the groom, the profile of the bride, and see what is the percentage of the matching, you know, what is the percentage, if it's 30%, if it's 38, if it's 40, if it's 0, we don't know. But there is indeed some due diligence in that regard. And I know parents have a lot of influence in that due diligence. They want the best for their children. So when I think about our relationship between India and Latin America, I think in that metaphor, because it's important to think in a long relationship. I have seen during this around 10 plus years that I've been working with India and Colombia, how relationships work. And I have seen how Colombian partners have the benefit of being working with Indian companies. You mentioned at the beginning Bajaj, and Hero Motor Company is also in Colombia with a very big plan. SL Propac, UPL has made a lot of investments there. So that means there is something in our region that is key for Indian companies. So thinking about the Indian wedding, yes, we should look at it in that way. Go and visit the country. Visit Colombia, visit Panama, visit Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela. You need to visit those countries to understand somehow how they function and how they work. Yes, that is important. We have received in the chamber more than 1,200 Indian delegates from the different export promotion councils during all these years. And I have seen many who went with no expectations to make business. But they went once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, until they make a business very successful. What I can tell you is, now the actual picture is that in Colombia we have more than 40 Indian companies located in Colombia. Some with very big investments, like I mentioned, also TCS is there, Tech Mahindra is there. Motorcycles, the first brands that are selling the most in Colombia are Indian motorcycles, Bajaj, TVS, Royal Enfield, and others which I don't recall right now. Our bilateral trade has crossed $4 billion US. It used to be 1.5, 1.4, 1.8, but the last one was $4 billion. And from India, it was exported to Colombia $1.2 billion. From Colombia to India, $2.2 billion. Of course, a lot of the things that have come into India from Colombia is related to petroleum, oil and gas, plus other things that we have been able to export. The investment in India, from India in Colombia, it has crossed $1 billion. So that for me is crucial because it's showing the trust that Indian companies have with our country. So it's a very important number, and it seems it's going to grow. There are already companies in the pharmaceutical sector as well as service sector that they plan to expand in our country. So the first thing I will say is visit Colombia, visit the region, come and take time, spend time there, so you will be able to understand many of the benefits that we can offer from there to other regions that are around ourselves, like US, for example. Hero has managed to produce and assemble their motorcycles in Colombia, and they can take benefit of the free trade agreements that we have with other Latin American countries. And also it's important to let the people know about your company. Sometimes we think, because of course in India, I know there are many, many good companies, big companies, very traditional companies, but sometimes when you go to those countries, they don't know about your company. So it's important that people know who you are, what are you offering. Literally, I know you have to start from scratch, but that is a way to do it. Because I have seen it also when people come and they think, because no, I have so and so many clients in Europe and US. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that in our countries. In terms of infrastructure, Colombia has a very challenging, projects called 4G and 5G. That means 4 and 5 generation infrastructure projects, and is very ambitious. Right now, for the next 10 years, the total amount in terms of value is $35 billion for the next 10 years, projects of that amount. And there are already in place, at least to have tenders and participations, more than 144 projects. The areas, or the key areas in these sectors are transportation, that is one, which is the majority. The country is looking forward to be more connected, with or well-connected airports, roads, bridges, and all these infrastructure projects. We don't have a train, unfortunately. We don't have train, but something that we lost so many years ago. But maybe if one day that project comes up, it will be important to have Indian representation there. The second area where there are possibilities in investment is urban development. In Latin America, like in India, the majority of the population are in small and medium cities, because there is where business happens. Rural areas are not so occupied. For example, Bogota, the capital, has a population of around 9 million people. And only that city has more GDP than other countries in Latin America. So there are challenges in those cities that they need for urban development, to provide water, to provide safety roads, good infrastructure in housing and apartments. A third area is social infrastructure, which is, in the order I'm telling you, is what is the most, what are the projects that are the most to the lowest. And the last one is water and energy. Colombia, we have the benefit of having good resources of water, but it's also a challenge because it needs to be clean and treated and so on. And since there is a urban development, that part of water and energy is crucial for us. So the government is projecting these projects towards these 4 areas, and indeed there is a possibility for participation of Indian companies in those sectors. Also, Colombia, Colombia has connection with 2 oceans, the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean, precisely more the Caribbean Sea, which is part of the Atlantic Ocean. And our main port is located in Buenaventura, which is one of the most important ports for us. There are other ports in the northern part of the region, but that port is also in a plan of expansion. Most of the imported items from India reaches through this port, Buenaventura port, which is on the Pacific side. Also, there is another port called Tribuga, which is in planning stage in deep water, and this is another port that it will come into place in the following years. So I know India has a lot of experience in these seaports in all these sectors, so that is also a very big opportunity. Motorcycles, as well, as I mentioned, is crucial. It's a very big market. It has grown quite well, and people are giving a lot of value to the Indian brands, and they are also planning to expand. Recently, UMA Group, which is now the representative for Bajaj, they are also planning to open a plant in the northern part of the country, in the north coast of the country. So now we will have 4 motorcycle plants from India into Colombia. So just as a remark of conclusion, you need to come to our countries, visit these opportunities that are there. I have seen it, and the presence of India is growing. I can tell you, like, countries like China also is growing. They are participating in the major projects, like the metro in Bogota, other infrastructure projects, which are crucial in the country, are participating quite well. Also, companies from Europe are participating, but sometimes the Indian companies don't reach there on time. So if you need information, you can contact us. The ambassador, His Excellency, is also there. So we hope to see you there and that you can have a good time visiting our countries like we do with the Colombians, telling them come and see what are the opportunities here in India as well. So I would like to thank you for this opportunity and thank you for the organization of this successful 9th conclave in Latin America. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krishan Salamanca, from the beautiful country of Colombia. It's such a wonderful country, so warm and hospitable, and we did hear about the great opportunities. I was just reminded that, you know, there was a time in India, I remember when I was a kid, and I joined my professional career. At that time, we were looking at exporting bicycles to Europe. And so there was this company who said that we want to export to Europe. We brought in a consultant. And people were saying, oh, but you know, in India, bicycles are used to carry a gunny sack across the village or take the entire family to see a movie. And this company said, no, I have that aspiration. And they redesigned the product. They brought the weight down to 25% of the original weight, put a few snappy colors onto it, added a few gears. And this is now one of the largest bicycle manufacturers in the world. So, you know, technology and the will to look at innovation or change is very important in that journey of sustainable growth. With these thoughts, I'll now invite Her Excellency Ms. Deborah Rivas Saavedra, the Honorable Vice Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Minister of Cuba, another wonderful and very warm and hospitable country. Thank you very much.
Hi, Excellencies, dear colleagues of the panel. It's a pleasure to be here in this important conclave. I'm honored to share the Cuban vision of this subject. It's a matter of constant attention in our national agendas. Thank you. Okay. Today, the world is very well aware that the energy transition is a goal of first order, just as the creation or improvement of infrastructure connected to this process. By one side, this transition entails a strong technological component to achieve resilience, at the same time that is combined with the commitments assumed on environment. As well as itself, it is imperative to influence the way we produce and consume energy, seeking the necessary balance between natural resources and the society. The Indian nation holds a leading position in the world on energy transition as an ambitious and attractive goal for the next years, especially in connection with ecological transit, with looks at the sustainability of its policies and strategies. Its potentialities for carrying them forward is demonstrated by its growing indicators on the development of renewable energies, also with a large amount of financial resources dedicated to the investment in this sector. Latin America and the Caribbean is a region with a high performance in relation with the world commitment on energy systems, and now is considerably better in energy infrastructure by this moment. However, both regions have common challenges, which are the guarantee of full and safe access for all to energies, as well as the promotion of a sustainable lifestyle. The necessary dimensions of the transition, in addition to be effective, is necessary to achieve these goals. Most people in India and Latin America and the Caribbean still do not have access to the quantity and quality of services necessary for the satisfaction of their needs, such as cooking, refrigerating, or even refrigerating of food, the illumination, or even the communication. The creation of infrastructures that allow the elimination of disparity in relation to access to energy is one also of the greatest challenges of the collaboration between both regions. In line with these projections, Latin American and Caribbean countries, including Cuba, has the energy transition as part of its comprehensive and sustainable energy development plan, which seeks to promote the development of scientific investigation as well as the technological innovation to achieve in the shortest possible time the reduction of the energy dependence on fossil fuels, to increase the use of our own resources, as well as to achieve the necessary resilience. The results of this program will contribute to the reduction of local contamination, the reduction of the gases of greenhouse effect, and at confronting the climatic change, as well as to increase the development of the national industries and substitution of imports of fossil combustibles. Likewise, to promote the power and energy conservation, the saving and use of renewable energy sources, as well as the development of the country's energy sovereignty. To achieve this goal, in Cuba, more than 37% of electricity generation through clean energies by 2030 is one of our goals. To achieve those goals, Cuba faces important challenges with the existence of an energy infrastructure that allows the sustainability of this transition, which will require large amounts of investment and the articulation of all economic actors in our country. In accordance with this, Cuba promotes the gradual increase of renewable energies, especially the solar ones. One of our ambitious projects is to develop precisely on the International Solar Alliance led by India, and Cuba is member of this alliance since 2018, the installation of a power generation capacity of 1,150 megawatts through photovoltaic solar parks in 175 locations distributed all around the country. This will be implemented through foreign investment, particularly with Indian and other countries' investors. Despite the difficulties of being a small island, Cuba works on initiatives with a projection and a future regional impact with the support of this International Solar Alliance. In this sense, it advances in the implementation of a research center for the application of solar technology, which would strengthen the capacity of deployment of solar energy applications and research, development of business models, development of solar energy, and the development of and the incubation and formation of the members and the provision of facilities, laboratories, and shared testing centers, which seeks to be of utility, not only for Cuba, but for the rest of the Latin American and Caribbean countries, from the creation of networks of collaboration in this important area. The objective of reducing gaps during this bi-regional process of energy transition, between India and Latin American and Caribbean region, has the firm to establish alliance for the production and distribution of the necessary technology to promote the use of alternative energy sources to Latin American region with the support of India. Our membership, I mean Cuba, in the Latin American and Caribbean Association of Integration, ALADI, and our links with CARICOM offer preferential benefits to Indian investors and those from India that take part in this process of investment in the region. I would like to stress that the Summit of Heads of State and Government of the Group 77 plus China, which will be held on September 15th and 16th in Cuba, in Havana, on the occasion of the Cuban president of this group, will be focused in the collective efforts on energy transition, in science, technology, and innovation. And it will be a great pleasure to have India and the rest of the countries, members of this group, active participating in this summit in order to put the energetical transition on the table of all the chief of state and government there attending to the summit. I thank the opportunity to attend to this conclave and wish you all success in this participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the very eloquent narration of where we are and how we can move ahead towards a sustainable future. Today we heard about climate change, about the environment, about the earth, and on the win-win side. And let me tell you, till a few years ago, there were a lot of naysayers around us saying that, oh, but climate change is not for real. And I think that number has reduced very dramatically. In fact, when we at Exim Bank also embarked on the journey of trying to do something on the space of sustainability, we were looking to set up a policy and then a framework. And we realized that there is so much good that can happen if we, try and get the framework right. So we did set up some parameters on the way we will finance. We got an expert consultant from the outside. We got our framework evaluated on how we will lend, what are the kind of projects we will support, where do we see sustainability. And, the evaluation was done saying that, yes, the framework is credible and impactful. And today, every proposal that goes through the credit committees at the bank is required to go through a sustainable finance committee. So that's the kind of commitment that you're seeing, not just here. I'm just quoting an example of Exim Bank, but it's across institutions and corporates in India. And we are seeing similar recognition of these challenges globally. And it's the good news is that, everybody is moving into the right space. We heard the Honorable Minister talk about the International Solar Alliance. And Honorable Minister, you'll be pleased to know that it's not just solar generation or energy generation that we're talking about through solar power. We are also looking at solar applications across the globe, whether they're solar pumps or in several other spaces. I remember many moons ago, we looked to support a country in the Caribbean to set up traffic lights based on solar power. This is almost 20 years ago. It was very novel then, but it's changed very dramatically, and the applications are now finding space in all walks of life. We also heard about how technology is playing that critical role through whether a mathematical formula or a chemical formula, but technology is key, and how do you reduce carbon in whatever we do. So when we're manufacturing steel or making investments, and there's a very profound statistic which says that over 60% of carbon emission comes from investing in or using infrastructure. So therefore, it's very apt that we recognize the use of creating sustainable infrastructure. I'll draw a parallel with information technology. And when we were looking to maybe set up technology infrastructure in India, we saw that the advanced economies were way ahead. But the advantage that we had, we overcame that challenge by leapfrogging on technology. And today, we are reaping the benefits of that. Similarly, on the sustainable space, what we heard today is how do we leapfrog and create ourselves, put ourselves into a more advanced situation on sustainable growth. We heard from practically every speaker about partnerships. We also heard that there are 40 companies present in Colombia, and that's a wonderful statistic. We are seeing companies making investments. Again, going back, let's say, 2 or 3 decades ago, both countries in Latin America and companies in India were struggling to figure out a way to increase trade. But we are now looking at investments happening, and that's very encouraging. The partnerships are going across in various forms, whether it is technology collaboration. I spoke briefly about lithium. So we have the golden triangle of the 3 countries where lithium is available, and how it is critical for looking at developing more sustainable sources of generating energy and using it. We heard again of the RTAs and the regional trade arrangements and the partnerships that Cuba, for instance, has. But let me say, we have the Mercosur, we have the Andean Pact, we have the CARICOM. India has a preferential trade arrangement with Chile. And we now need to see how do we leverage both sides, leverage these preferential trade arrangements or regional trade arrangements to benefit both sides. In that context, I'll quickly make a mention of an initiative that we've taken recently. Now, I come from the old traditional school of development banking, thinking that everything has to be medium to long-term, support sustainable growth through long-term financing. And we were doing research, and one of our senior economists at the bank said that the trade finance gap is increasing very dramatically, and what should we do? Now, one of the statistics that Asian Development Bank quoted is that global gap in trade finance is about $1.7 trillion. That's huge. And we thought to ourselves, this is the time of the pandemic. We were all sitting at home, forced to work from home. And that's when we put on our thinking caps. And we said, why don't we do something in that space? So we've started a new program called Trade Assistance Program. What this program does, it again looks at developing partnerships. So it looks at working with banks, and we've started the program last year. And you'd be delighted that we have now set up partnerships with over 50 banks in about 25 countries, some of them in Latin America, some in Africa, some in the neighborhood here in South Asia and Southeast Asia. We've crossed 500 million in terms of volume of transactions. We've done more than 200 transactions. And the beauty of it is in a lot of these trade, 6 of the sustainable development goals are getting met. So it's a wonderful story to see this grow, to partner with like-minded institutions in Latin America and look at growing trade and investment in a big way. We also heard about the okay. Let me move on to what else is happening in Latin America in terms of we have when we look at long-term sustainable financing, we at Exim Bank have been doing, let's say, roughly about the figure is about $30 billion worth of lines of credit across the globe to about 65 countries. Of that, about 1 billion is in Latin America. But what we are doing is we are complementing that with the trade assistance program. So we're trying to bring in commonalities and see how that can work together. And the good news is that a lot of this $1 billion, which has gone to several countries in Latin America, is on the sustainable part. In terms of investments also, you heard about the kind of companies that are present in Latin America. And it's a question of visiting. It's a question of going there, understanding. Culturally, we are so similar. And, in terms of aspirations of, let's say, the low and middle income part of the population in both India and Latin America have similar demands or similar aspirations. And that can be met if we get it right. In terms of, Just give me a moment. I've just taken down too many notes and on what was being said. Right. So also, if we look at engaging on the long-term side, if we look at investments in infrastructure, again, I wanted to touch upon the Sustainable Development Goals. So we've got 6 covered under trade, and there are 4 in the area of infrastructure. So SDG 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And a lot of innovation is happening to look at creating sustainable practices. One innovation that I'd like to quote is, there's a small company where these entrepreneurs were working in the US. So they studied partly here in India and went to the US, studied there more, and then they said, we need to do something back for society. So they developed an app, they developed a technology which will segregate waste and use it to create near virgin quality plastic. And so they're across the country. They've identified collection centers across India. They're collecting this waste, segregating it, and processing it to prepare high-quality plastic pellets, which are being used by multinational corporations in manufacturing cosmetic or shampoo bottles, for instance, where the quality of the plastic is very critical because it can otherwise change the product that is inside the bottle. So, number of such sustainable practices we've seen very recently. The Chandrayaan 3 go, it's just crossed the Earth orbit. It's reaching the moon. And I remember about 20 years ago, I visited Chile, and we were talking about how do we help Chile launch satellites through ISRO. So we've made a lot of progress from then to now. Practices have become more sustainable, but until that sustainability reaches the man on the street, the man on the ground, the last man standing in the line, we will not be doing justice to ourselves. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much. It's been a very engaging session, and I don't know if we have time for questions, but on the side, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to take them. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma and the panelists. We would, after a short break of 10 minutes, we are starting our next session in this room on agriculture and food processing. I would like to also inform the international delegates on the site and the factory visit that has been arranged by our partners of the Conclave. That is Pharmaxil, Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council, and ACMA, Automotive Component Manufacturers Association of India. Interested international delegates may contact officials from ACMA and Pharmaxil at the help desk outside the Sovereign Hall. Spanish. So if somebody has a requirement of an SI machine, kindly collect it from the entrance of the room. While we are about to begin our next session on agriculture and food processing in a few minutes, I would once again like to draw your attention that we shall be having a few speeches in Spanish, and if there's a requirement of an SI instrument, kindly collect it from the outside of the entrance of this hall.
इसके पाए जल्दी सेशन शुरू होने वाला है फटाफट हाँ ऐसे मारते चले जाओ हाँ
So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us and thank you for your patience. We are now starting the next session on agriculture and food processing at this 9th edition of the CII India-LAC Conclave. As I mentioned earlier, I once again specify there are some speeches in Spanish. If you require a simultaneous interpretation headset, kindly collect it from the outside of the entrance of this hall. And now I request our session chair and moderator, Ambassador Shama Jain, former Indian ambassador, to kindly start the session.
Buenas tardes, distinguidos dignitarios de América Latina y el Caribe. Good evening, distinguished delegates, ministers, high-level government representatives, business executives, and investors from Latin America and the Caribbean region, and also our Indian industry representatives this evening. Welcome to this session on India-Latin America cooperation in agriculture, trade, investment. This segment is, as you all know, part of CII's held CII organized conclave on India, Latin America, the 9th in the series. This basically, the deliberations today reflect the dynamism of two partners, Latin America and the Caribbean, and India. Our bilateral trade reached $50 billion in 2022-23. That's our financial year, the fiscal. It runs from April to March, the highest record in a bilateral trade. And let me put it in perspective. India's total global exports in 2022-23 were $775.85 billion, and our agricultural exports total were $50.2 billion. Talking about distance that we normally hear when it comes to trade between Latin America and India, a handicap which is more, I think, in our minds, but which is being bridged by advances in technology, by digital technologies, by better communications, by, though we do not have direct flights, not as of yet. Just to give you an example of that, of the two areas coming closer, in 2022, Brazil has become one of India's largest 10 trade partners in the world, despite the distance. Our trade, India-Brazil trade, shot up to $16.4 billion, primarily because of trade, because of oil, Brazil exporting crude oil to India, India exporting refined oil, and also vegetables, oils, etc. India is Latin America's largest export destination for vegetable oils today. I'm just trying to draw the contours of the changing scenario of trade relationship, the shifting trends in the world today. No longer the traditional partners occupy the same kind of place that they have done so both for Latin America and for India. There's a move away from that. There's a quest for new markets, for new partners for Latin America and the Caribbean region. In fact, as also India, look for a diversification of their trade partners. The world is shrinking, new opportunities are emerging, and it's time to leverage them. Leverage them with new technologies, with focus, and platforms such as this one help us in that quest. Just to focus on the importance of both of India and Latin America for each other. Latin America plays an important role. Let me just give you some facts about agriculture, because this session is devoted to agriculture. Latin America plays an important role in global food production. In 2022, the combined agri-food exports of 19 Latin American countries accounted for 17.7% of the world trade. Latin America, with 25% of this Earth's surface, with 33% of natural water resources, with its ecological and biological diversity, is endowed profoundly by nature. So it is an important agricultural region in the world. India, on its part, is also one of the world's most diversified and largest food producers. Let me underline this aspect because my experience across different geographies told me that sometimes there's not much awareness of India's role in agriculture. India is the largest producer of milk, jute, tea we consume a lot, and food grains, a lot of food grains. India is the second largest producer of rice, wheat, many fruits, vegetables, etc. But the point I want to make is that India feeds 1.4 billion mouths. We are the most populous country in the world. There's definitely pressure on our land. The land's been overused. And we have this issue of small holdings. Latin America also is very heterogeneous when it comes to its farm production, when it comes to its agriculture holdings, its patterns of production. It's quite heterogeneous. In fact, let's think about it for a minute. India is a country. Latin America and Caribbean consists of 33 different countries. But India is of continental proportions, as we all know, and here we are talking about one region, but with its heterogeneous, each country, from country to country, there are variations, and when our entrepreneurs and our investors work, there's not one system, one uniform system, but there's differentiation as you move from country to country. So this is the kind of, where we stand in terms of agriculture. In Latin America, yes, the southern cone of Latin America, basically Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, have large mechanized farms. But there are also about 15 million farmers in Latin America who have small holdings, who have credit crunch, who also have, sometimes lack of farm implements, etc. And these are family units, just as in India, most of the land is under 2 hectares. Smallholder farms we have in India. But of course, how Digitech plays an important role, etc., will be coming to that. I shall now, without much ado, I shall now be calling upon our dignitaries on the dais to speak, to give us a snapshot of their country, of their agricultural role in Latin America, and their trade with India. I shall now call upon the Hon'ble Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry, Government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellency Mr. Saboto Schofield Caesar.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair, colleagues, Excellencies, government officials, members of the private sector. It is definitely an honor and a pleasure to be here. And as I sat there a few moments ago, I asked myself the question, why did it take me 42 years to come to India? I want to, first of all, begin by thanking the government and people of India for the warm hospitality extended to my delegation and also to the delegations from Latin America and the Caribbean. And I am, over the next 5 minutes, going to present to us a synopsis of what production and productivity is like in the Caribbean and what are some of the challenges and, most importantly, the opportunities. But before I go into those details, I wish to just share a few facts which will place a lot of what we're going to discuss into context. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a population of over 500 million citizens. In India, we have over 1.4 billion citizens. So if you're speaking about opportunities, and we're speaking Latin America and the Caribbean and India, we are speaking about 2 billion citizens of our world out of 8 billion people. So within this room, we have representation at this conference for 25% of the world's population. That must say something to us as businessmen. It must say something to us as policymakers. It must say something to us about the opportunities which are available. And from a geopolitical standpoint, we have 33 member states of CII, comprising in Latin America and the Caribbean. And when you add that 33 plus 1, India, 34, we are speaking about close to 18%, 18% of all of the members of the United Nations. So 25% of the world's population and 18% of the members of the United Nations. It must not be lost upon us that history reveals that mankind has evolved, the movement of mankind and migration, because of the movement of food. At one time, there was the movement of people across the Bering Strait, and what they were looking for food. In the period of colonization, as far back as 1492, within that context, you had colonizers coming to the Caribbean, to India, and to Latin America, and they also were addressing issues of food production, primarily, in our case, in the Caribbean, sugar production. It brings me to today to address the point of we are living in a globalized world, and food, again, is of first importance. In fact, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO of the United Nations, has noted that if current trends continue in food production, that our global population will be outstripping our ability to supply food by 2050. So after 2030, we only have 20 more years in order to place within context our abilities and opportunities to feed our world. And the final point that I want to raise in this context is that within Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a constant evolution away from simply primary production, and we are now embracing agro-processing. It is against this backdrop that Latin America and the Caribbean that we intend to engage investors in India on the following initiatives. It is important that we do an assessment of our factors of production. And from an analysis of what we have gleaned here from this meeting thus far, is that India has cutting-edge technology, which, if translated in the context of Latin America and the Caribbean, can definitely increase production and productivity. It is important, as we speak about food, that we understand and appreciate that global socio-political stability is also tied to food availability and to food production. Every single night, we have in our world 800 million people going to bed hungry, 50 million of which are in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we are seeking today, we're seeking at this conference, to engender a framework whereby capital could be provided, investors can come from India, and we always express from the standpoint of Latin America and the Caribbean the very important principles of reciprocity. We also would like for investors from Latin America and the Caribbean to come to India to seek opportunities which are available. Finally, I subscribe to 4 very important fundamental principles for development, because sometimes policymakers complicate things. The task is detailed, but it is not difficult. What we have at this conference today is a clear expression of the political will to create not only a geopolitical corridor, but an economic corridor between Latin America and the Caribbean. And secondly, we are here to mobilize the factors of production, because the private sector, the eyes that are looking at me, it's your hands and your ears and your money that we actually would need to have on this corridor to operationalize the ideas that the policymakers are creating the enabling environment for. Thank you.
Hello. I shall now call upon Honorable Mr. Alexandre Corono Quintero, Governor of the People's Power of the Cienfuegos Province, Republic of Cuba.
Excelencias, señoras y señores, estimados delegados y amigos. Primero me disculpan, mi inglés no es bueno, lo haré en español. Vivimos hoy profundos cambios a nivel global, de grandes riesgos y desafíos, pero también de oportunidades. Reunirnos hoy es un paso positivo que debe traducirse en acciones concretas para revitalizar y fortalecer los vínculos entre los países de América Latina y la India, en áreas de alta prioridad, como el enfrentamiento al cambio climático, financiamiento al desarrollo, transferencias de tecnologías, energías renovables, transformación digital, investigación científica, el comercio y la inversión, pero fundamentalmente en el sector de la agricultura y el procesamiento de alimentos en función de consolidar la soberanía alimentaria. La India y los países de América Latina tenemos que desafiar los retos que nos impone hoy la crisis económica mundial, ante un escenario pospandémico y un comercio internacional deprimido, para establecer nuevas asociaciones, promover el crecimiento y el desarrollo mediante el aumento de las exportaciones y la inversión extranjera. En este empeño, la India podría convertirse en un socio activo de la región, por lo que resulta propicio consolidar y fortalecer los lazos, así como identificar y aprovechar las complementariedades y promover alianzas de negocios a fin de estimular su internacionalización. Promover el desarrollo del comercio y poner énfasis en la diversificación de las exportaciones mediante iniciativas de negocios que aprovechen las ventajas competitivas de cada región y promuevan el aumento de los flujos de inversiones centrados en cadenas de valor que involucren tanto a empresas indias como latinoamericanas. La relación entre la India y América Latina ofrece una ventaja de oportunidad en un mundo pospandémico de conflictos bélicos y crisis climática. Los dos bloques tenemos economías complementarias y congregan una serie de recursos estratégicos que podrían apalancar el vínculo comercial y de inversiones para el beneficio mutuo. En primer lugar está la soberanía y seguridad alimentaria. La integración entre nuestras regiones ofrece posibilidades de sinergias muy relevantes en este tema. La productividad del sector alimenticio es un área de interés mutuo y pudiera constituir una fuente de aprendizaje para todos y de muchísima relevancia para que la India, que como el país más poblado del planeta, enfrente el desafío de ampliar fronteras de producción, asegurar prácticas amigables con el medio ambiente y promover aprendizaje en el sector rural. Por otra parte, la producción de alimentos es un área de interés común y constituye prioridad en el accionar diario del Gobierno de Cuba en función del desarrollo sostenible y la implementación de la soberanía alimentaria, enfocado en disminuir la dependencia de las importaciones, potenciar la capacidad productiva el uso de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación y desarrollar sistemas alimentarios diferentes y sostenibles a nivel local. La agricultura y procesamiento de alimentos es un área en la cual podemos desarrollar diversos procesos y proyectos de utilidad mutua. De igual manera podemos desarrollar acciones que contribuyan al mejoramiento de la tierra, como son el riego y la producción de fertilizantes, mejorar la calidad de nuestra infraestructura, modernizar nuestros sistemas productivos de cara a las demandas de un mercado mundial cada vez más dinámico. En otro orden, entre los sectores donde pueden ampliarse las relaciones económicas y comerciales bilaterales, se destacan la industria farmacéutica y biotecnológica. Cuba ha alcanzado notables resultados con medicamentos contra el cáncer, el pie diabético y otras afecciones, y desarrolla proyectos en disímiles campos que incluyen el Alzheimer. La India es exportadora de medicamentos genéricos y de materia prima para la producción de medicamentos que Cuba importa. Cuba da prioridad a la generación eléctrica con el uso de energías renovables, principalmente fotovoltaica, eólica y la biomasa, donde la India tiene potencialidades. Entre los pilares del gobierno están la innovación, la comunicación y la digitalización. La India es uno de los países de mayores avances en el uso de las tecnologías de la informática, sector donde también se pudieran ampliar nuestras relaciones. Perseverancia, organización y cultura del encuentro son las claves para forjar una integración profunda y multidimensional entre nuestras regiones. Estamos convencidos de que solo a través de nuestras alianzas lograremos que América Latina tenga una nueva voz global que le permita superar las brechas socioeconómicas y ofrecer más y mejores oportunidades a todos sus ciudadanos. Debemos juntos repensar alianzas estratégicas, mejorando la cooperación, los intercambios empresariales y foros de negocios a fin de diversificar el comercio entre nuestros países, agregar mayor valor y aplicar nuevos conocimientos a las exportaciones, ayudando así a crear condiciones más estables para el crecimiento de nuestras economías. La situación actual requiere que se tomen medidas renovadoras y proactivas para darle un mayor ímpetu a la relación de América Latina e India sobre la base de la visión estratégica del futuro. Todos coincidimos que estamos actuando en medio de un mundo que tiene una situación compleja, que es totalmente desafiante, pero frente a este escenario, juntos debemos diseñar y llevar adelante estrategias proactivas y orientadas específicamente al desarrollo, la colaboración e integración de nuestros pueblos, consolidar la inversión extranjera y la exportación de productos en la que la región tiene un gran potencial para exportar al mercado indio. Cuba, a pesar de la compleja situación, en especial el recrudecimiento del bloqueo y la injusta inclusión de nuestro país en la lista de países patrocinadores del terrorismo, nuestra economía continúa un proceso de recuperación gradual con la recuperación del turismo internacional. El pasado año se recibió más de 1 millón de turistas y esta cifra debe incrementarse. Desde hace 2 años se han establecido nuevos actores en la economía con más de 8.000 micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas privadas y públicas, constituyendo un factor dinámico para el crecimiento y el desarrollo. Siguen creciendo los negocios de inversión extranjera, especialmente en la zona de desarrollo del Mariel. Se estimula el comercio interno en divisas, abriéndose este sector a la inversión extranjera. En Cuba apostamos por una inversión segura, con un respaldo jurídico totalmente sólido y transparente. Nuestra ley de inversión extranjera ofrece garantías plenas a los inversionistas, así como incentivos fiscales, además del sostenimiento de acuerdos internacionales con la Asociación Latinoamericana de Integración, ALADI, CARICOM y la Organización Mundial del Comercio, entre otros. En Cienfuegos, contamos con una ubicación geográfica privilegiada, en el centro de un mercado en expansión, seguridad de la existencia del capital humano alta y completamente calificado, la garantía de la existencia de toda una infraestructura básica, tales como redes de comunicación, aeropuertos, puertos, comunicación ferroviaria y vial. Dentro de las prioridades y metas del desarrollo del territorio, se encuentran varios proyectos destinados a la producción y procesamiento de alimentos vinculados a los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, a la implementación de la Ley de Soberanía Alimentaria y en función de consolidar los sistemas alimentarios locales. Me gustaría posteriormente invitar a los presentes a un intercambio sobre estos temas, donde le daremos información detallada sobre los proyectos de inversión en el sector de la agricultura que mi provincia tiene las condiciones para desarrollar. Consideramos que este cónclave constituye una muestra de la voluntad y la disposición del Gobierno de la India para seguir fortaleciendo y ampliando las relaciones con Latinoamérica, lo cual es también la voluntad del Gobierno cubano y nuestro deseo. Las relaciones entre Latinoamérica y la India son referencia de las relaciones que deben de existir entre una potencia económica y países en desarrollo, basados en el respeto, el beneficio mutuo y la solidaridad. Agradecer la posición que siempre ha tenido la India a favor de la batalla de Cuba contra el bloqueo. Ratifico la voluntad de seguir ampliando y fortaleciendo nuestros vínculos diplomáticos, económicos, comerciales y de cooperación. Deseamos sinceramente que los resultados de este cónclave contribuyan al necesario fortalecimiento de las relaciones a nivel regional y subregional, centrándonos en lo que nos une para construir un futuro mejor para nuestros pueblos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. While you talked of your province, Cienfuegos, and how Indian investments should look at that, our colleague from St. Vincent and the Grenadines talked of political will. And friends, I might tell you, while Latin American countries export a lot of food articles, agri-foods to the world, the CARICOM countries, the Caribbean countries, depend on imports. So there is, as I said, a very variegated picture from the region. And also, my figures show me, sir, that St. Vincent and Grenadines, despite all the distance that we talk of, for your country, India is the second largest export destination for arrowroot and tubers, etc. So that's an interesting fact that even smaller countries, or despite the distance, can collaborate in many areas. Now, given the paucity of time, I will now request my other colleagues to be a bit brief so that we can use the rest of the time for a meaningful interaction and questions and how we can focus on augmenting our agricultural cooperation and trade and investments. I shall now request Mr. Juan Manuel Mira, Vice President of Chile Alimentos. Friends, as you know, that Chile is the largest exporter in the world of blueberries, cherries, all the delicious fruits that you can think of, and exports apples, kiwi, avocados, walnuts, etc. to India. And an interesting fact that over the last 10 years, Chile has held on to its position as an exporter of 80% of fruits from Latin America to India. It has consistently held on to that position. So let's hear our colleague from the private sector, Chile Alimentos.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to thank you, the Confederation of Indian Industry, for this invitation to participate. I feel very honored to be here in this panel. Thank you for your introduction also about our fruit and vegetable industry. Thank you. In order to give you the clearest possible idea about our agriculture and our processed food industry, it's very convenient first review some items or characteristics about Chile. Chile, as you may know, is a very long country with different climate conditions, from the desert in the north, dry and hot desert, to the Chilean Patagonia in the south. a country with a population of around 19 million. In terms of population, our country is one of the smallest in South America. Our climate is temperate with cold and humid winter and hot and dry summers, which allowed a stable production through the years. In addition, Chile can be defined as an eco-island because from one side we have the Andes Mountains chain, and in the other side we have the Pacific Oceans. Those are natural barriers to protect us for different pests and disease. For this reason, the agricultural sector in my country is a very important area. As you can see, one in 4 companies in Chile is related to the food industry. 1 in 6 jobs are generated for food production sectors. And today, agriculture represents 25% of the total value of the Chilean export during last year. We have a small market, domestic market, and this is one of the reasons why the country put the focus on the export market as one source of growth for the country. Today, export of processed food and vegetables, fish, meats, wines are valued in $21.5 billion during the Editrade. This market growth, we had to generate trust and provide a quality, safe together with the farmers. We honestly believe that and dedicating ourselves to producing in the country everything that we can do in an efficient way with great productivity per hectare. If we are not having the conditions to do mangoes or pineapple, we will import. We will put all our efforts in the sector that we are really efficient. The country policy has been complemented by different free trade agreements with Europe, China, United States, among others, seeking cooperation between countries. And also we would like to see India as one of the potential main market for our production. And also today you can see in Chile different food machineries, different vehicles in our highways and in our farms. That's why we believe that we have a long way with high potential working together with India. We have very similar condition here because the size, you have millions of little or medium-sized farmer. In Chile, we have thousands of little and medium-sized farmer. That's why you can see the connections between how to apply the similar strategy to develop the industry going from fresh to the final market with more value added. As a summary, in my opinion, agricultural and processed food industry must grow and develop together in the search for a greater added value food and security. On this path, the active participation of farmers, either individually or collectively, since without them the food industry would not exist. Working with Farmer Alliance, working with long-term relationship, not just the annual sale or on an agricultural product. Rather, it must go hand in hand with a sustainable production and the search of increase the productivity. This is a challenge that the food industry must face, both fresh and processed food working together throughout the chain. I'm sure that this must be the path for an efficient and productive development of the entire value chain. collaborative work between companies, farmers, government, as India and Chile, is the way for a faster and better development of the agriculture, the processed food industry, and farmers. Thank you.
Friends, India has a preferential trade agreement with Chile, which was signed around 2004, and it had a limited scope. It was revised in 2016 and came into force in 2017, and the tariff lines were increased from about 400 plus to 2,829 tariff lines, but there's discussions are underway to review that and maybe to have an FTA or to expand the scope of PTA. Indian companies have invested about 220 million in Chile, and financial institutions from Chile have invested about $3.2 billion in India. And India imports, apart from fruits, copper, iodine, chemical wood, pulp, etc. from Chile. I would now request our Joint Secretary from Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare to give us a very quick snapshot of what measures the government has adopted and how he views our partnership in agriculture with Latin America and the Caribbean. Mr. Samuel Praveen Kumar.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know we are really running short of time, but despite the speed with which I go, I think I have to be much faster today because of the paucity of time. I've been listening to some of the earlier speakers. See, we have to move from a time when we are confined to attractive PPTs and great rhetoric. You know, all this is fiction for me. When is the time for action? Are we really going to have some action on the ground when it comes to relations between two countries, or for that matter, a country like India with a group like LAC? Yesterday we were in a meeting in the Indo-Saudi Strategic Partnership Council, and I co-chaired the Agriculture Working Group. The first issue that came was, how do we boost investments with regard to agriculture, food to Saudi, because Saudi is having concerns with food security. Now the main concern that they had expressed was, okay, we have an agreement today, but how guaranteed is this agreement against policy fluctuations? If there is a policy change tomorrow, will our agreement have that immunity? The answer is sadly no. Now how do we find ways to navigate such hurdles or bottlenecks or bugbears that we can call to overcome, so that the trade between two countries, or for that matter, trade between a country and a group of countries, is smooth and efficient? Now, when we look at the opportunities that we have, opportunities are plenty. I know speakers from other countries would also be highlighting. I'm not going to speak here particularly with reference to an opportunity which India has got or opportunity which a Latin American country has got. But let us collectively see the opportunities, because there are a lot of similarities between LAC countries and India. We have a climate, tropical climate, tropical fruits, vegetables, which are grown in the LAC countries. They export to Europe and other countries, and India is also bestowed with best of horticulture. We also have soybean, maize, coffee crops which are grown there in the Latin American countries. And some of the top products in the export basket of LAC countries, are comparable to what India does. And if you see the rapid growing demand in the burgeoning importing markets, both of us are doing pretty well. Now, what actually is the opportunity then for all of us to look at? The first is, of course, the strong growth opportunities that we have in fruit and vegetables, which I highlighted. The second important thing that we need to address is the food security issues. Are the Latin American countries having enough food security to take care of, in terms of affordability of food for the needy? The second part is, of course, today what we see is that simultaneous rise in the number of people who are actually overweight and obese. This is something which is really alarming. And the statistics which I was going through was that, from 2006 to 2016, it has doubled. And obesity has doubled, where overweight has tripled. Now, how do we address this? Food security is one thing. You should not give plenty of food to somebody who becomes very obese or overweight. There's something called as nutritional security. How do you balance your diet? And therefore, our opportunity is to address this issue as well. And lastly, how do you ensure a rising agriculture productivity which is sustainable and which is also combating the climate change? This is one of the important things that we'll have to look at. I'll quickly run through some of the challenges that India and also the LAC region will be facing or has already been facing. So with increasing demand in population and also population growth, how do we overcome the food crisis? We expect that the global population will be somewhere around 9.6, 9.7 by 2050. Are we really moving in the right direction to address the challenges of food security? What do we actually lack? I think my time is up, but I'll just quickly summarize. And you can just give me about 1 or 2 minutes. The improved infrastructure, investments in research, the liberalized trade that I was talking about in real terms, liberalized trade between two identified countries, that these are the products that I'm going to give you and these are the products that I'm going to take from you. And this agreement between these two countries will be immune to all policy fluctuations that will happen in either of the countries. We need to combat climate change, so therefore promote climate smart agriculture, that's there. And in fact, if you see the private sector participation, of course, I'm very happy to see some of my friends in the UPL who have actually done more business in Brazil than they have been doing in India, I'm told, agri-chemicals. So the private sector participation becomes very important, critical for both of these, India and also LAC. R&D in agriculture, yes, research institutions and working together with the private sector is going to be the key for us. Lastly, I'll be failing in my duties if I don't talk about millets, having come from Agri Ministry, that too in a year when we are celebrating International Year of Millets. Millets is that crop that is going to, it's a superfood and it's going to help us overcome the nutritional, the problems that I was highlighting earlier, the obesity and other issues. Now, Indian farm, UPL has again, has a model farm in Guyana. They've got an agreement, I'm told, and that is to actually exchange the know-how, technical know-how. And of course, Guyana is going to provide us with the farm operations, labor, land, and other things. And this is an ideal example of how we should work. And the LAC region can actually leverage the Indian expertise that is there. We have also declared Indian Institute of Millet Research as the center of excellence, so LAC countries can actually leverage that. And lastly, G20 presidency India is currently having, but we are going to give it to Brazil. So Brazil, as a country of LAC, can not only benefit this specifically for their country, but also look at how the LAC countries in total, in general, can benefit from India. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, indeed, a major challenge before the world is sustainable agriculture. The climate change impact, extreme weather conditions, floods to droughts. The entire world has encountered this challenge, and that's where the smart crops, new technologies, the agri-digitalization and new technologies come in. And of course, the global value chains are extremely important. We saw during the pandemic how there was a disruption of global supply chains, and then followed by the geopolitical tensions due to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, how the food exports got totally disrupted. But that was also an opportunity where, for example, in case of India, Ukraine was the largest exporter of sunflower oil to India, and after the conflict, when there was a huge disruption, Brazil and Argentina came in. So where there's will, in fact, there's a way as well, but climate change and sustainable agriculture are extremely important. I shall now request the Managing Director of a private enterprise, Bajaj Process Pack, which is a leading company in the world in packaging, etc., Mr. Girish Bajaj. I would really ask for your indulgence. Please, quickly, if you can, in 3 minutes, wrap up, and we would really value that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and namaskar and warm greetings to all the dignitaries and delegates from the LAC region in India. I'll quickly go through the development of agriculture that's been happening in both our countries. So bypassing all the trade data that's been shared, the two countries have been doing rapid development in the agriculture. India has seen rapid strides by times when we were importing rice in the 70s to becoming rice excess and exporting $10 billion of worth rice. So there was an era where we were wasting almost 80% of the horticulture produce in India, and we have managed to reduce it down to 1/5 today. And this has been on the basis of interventions in the food processing and horticulture produce post-harvest technologies. And Bajaj Process Pack Limited has been a proud stakeholder and partner in this amazing growth story in building and setting up the infrastructure in the agri and food processing sector in the country. Now, where all can LAC and India cooperate? Besides the traditional trade routes that we all know about, specifically in agriculture sector, I believe that we can cooperate by pooling resources, knowledge, and experience, and can jointly address to enhance agricultural practices, increase yields, improving overall food production, storage, supply chain, and processing in our countries. We can cooperate and share knowledge in farming techniques, crop breeding, biotechnology, cultivation, harvesting, post-harvest handling, storage, infrastructure, and food processing. Now, LAC, as we know, comprises of over 33 plus countries. So we are talking about a heterogeneous technology development across the region. So while there cannot be one problem statement, but if I may share some of the areas which I feel that can be done where multidimensional interventions can be required. One is that in the developed countries in the LAC, like Brazil and Chile, while the corporate and organized agribusiness companies operate with high capital and technology intensive inputs, the small and medium farmers and businesses still are vulnerable to farming techniques, poor post-harvest infrastructure, and minimal exposure to value addition. The region has an abundance of naturally grown fruits and vegetables, LAC region, but inadequate post-harvest handling, storage, and processing facilities results in wastage of over 25 to 50% of this produce. I have personally visited some of these countries, and I see a spiraling imports of processed foods into the very same countries. Sometimes some figures showed almost by 100% in the last 5 years, and I'm talking Caribbean specifically. Now that's a kind of a thing that needs some sort of intervention. Bajaj Process Pack has been a part of this transformation story in the Indian agriculture and food processing in the last 35 years, and we can share a wealth of knowledge and expertise in the LAC region. We were, back in 1988, formed with a mission to develop appropriate post-harvest technologies and equipment focused on the needs of small and medium enterprise and farmers in the developing countries for adding value to the horticulture produce, thus enabling reduction in post-harvest farm wastage. Going with the mission, we want to align it to what the LAC region, to our region requires. We can assist the countries in the LAC in modernizing their post-harvest handling, storage, cold chain logistics, and food processing. First, the primary processing. We all know fruits are perishable commodity, and it requires cold store interventions. We have in India developed technologies that do not require grid electricity to run cold stores. Our company has patented technologies which enable cold stores to be run on biomass and solar power. So as a result, many of the countries where grid electricity is either is not available in the farms or is available but at a very high cost, this kind of intervention can help. The second part that we do is the secondary processing of fruits and vegetables. My friend from Chile mentioned how their country is doing 40% processing. Similar things can be replicated in the other parts of the LAC region by processing and packaging, which our company also produces and sets up plants for. The third one is resources and make the best out of this sector, which can be beneficial for both these sectors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj. You talked of the importance of food processing. Friends, in India, we have only 10% processing of our food production, which we really need to enhance. Because the average for most of the countries is of food processing or production, total production is 30 to 40%, and for the developed countries, it goes up to 100%. He talked about cold storage without grids, etc. That's wonderful. Now I think the last speaker, important, but he's been kind enough to agree to my 1.5 minutes limit so that we spend some time in interaction.
Honorable members, excellencies, good evening to everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about the economic partnerships at this event. I won't be highlighting the points which were covered earlier by speakers, but I'll have to highlight that agri-food sector contributes immensely to the economies of LAC countries and India in terms of production, employment generation, investments, and trade. There are numerous similarities which can be observed between the countries when it comes to agri-food sectors. Both the regions have great variation in terms of agri-food climatic zones, diverse farm holding patterns, different levels of farm mechanization, post-harvest management, amongst many others. Given the importance of this sector in both our regions, it is important that we collaborate extensively to not only support our economies, but to ensure food security of our nation. In the recent years, as Madam highlighted, several challenges have emerged globally. While severe trade disruptions happened during the COVID outbreak across many countries, growing concerns around the climate change and its apparent impact on the agriculture production is frightening. India is also blessed with a massive market that no country can afford to ignore. India and LAC is one of the largest export destinations. While commodities still from a large portion from Latin American exports to India, the trend has undergone a gradual change in the last decade. However, the true trade potential is yet to be achieved. For Indian businesses, Latin American countries have been a sweet spot for investments and trade. The Indian private sector's footprint in Latin America is visible through the annual trade that is nearly $50 billion, and the total investments, which is nearly $16 billion. In addition to that, there are vast opportunities exist in terms of agricultural research, exchange of ideas, of best practices, R&D, adapting of new technologies, ensuring food security and availability of wholesome nutrition food requires a concerted effort by all, including all the government authorities, industries, academia. So it is requested that everyone collaborates with each other and take the opportunity which is available in all the countries and try to develop the agri-food ecosystem which will ensure the food security. I'd also like to highlight that India, the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, is organizing one of the largest event in November. So, again, thank you for giving me this opportunity, and if you have any kind of query with respect to investments or trade opportunities, Invest India is the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency of Government of India. We'll be happy to collaborate and support you in your business journey in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed for your indulgence. I'm sorry for being harsh. That's not my intention, but the idea is we need to interact with the audience. I'll just quickly put some proposals on the table, and I would invite the audience or some comments from our dignitaries on the dais. Quickly, I'll go through that. There's an idea that, as we said, that the LAC region is heterogeneous. There are 33 countries. So shouldn't India be intensifying its cooperation in agriculture or for other, or for trade in general with the regional groupings in the country? There's the Pacific Alliance, very dynamic one. Somebody spoke from Chile, he spoke about it. This is with Chile, Peru, Mexico, 4 countries, but it also, they spoke about Singapore, the FTA with Singapore. The fact is that this being it's a very dynamic association, and they boast of being the 8th largest economy in the world when put together. And with the comprehensive and progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, with these countries, there are also Southeast Asian and other Pacific countries. Singapore is a member of that. So should India be intensifying its cooperation in a more focused manner with the regional groupings? One is the Pacific Alliance, then the Mercosur, the southern countries, that is Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Brazil. We already have a PTA with Mercosur. It's been expanded, but we've already spoken in the morning. The dignitaries highlighted the importance of India to enter into more FTAs with the region. And the answer from our Commerce Secretary was, yes, we are already on that trajectory. Another point which I think is important, because when you really talk about focused action, is that just as in India, we have Indian Council of Agricultural Research, which has pioneered cooperation with many countries across the world, international cooperation, and there are many other research organizations. Likewise, in Latin America, there are certain very forward-looking and good research organizations. Some of them are, for example, Brazil's Embrapa. It is the largest research institution in the region. Argentina's INTA, which takes credit for its soybean productivity growth, and it was based on the expansion of double cropping system of soybean and wheat in the Pampa regions. Then there's Chile's INIA, which played an important role in promoting nuts exports, 1,000% in a decade, and Mexico's INIFAP. In other words, with Latin American countries having extensive experience of research in different crops, and India having similar kind of experience, we need to ramp up our cooperation and in research in different methods of post-harvest methods, etc. And of course, the key lies in agri-tech. Also, another area which I would invite comments on is foreign investment within Latin America, for example. We know that the average size of holdings in Latin America, barring the large mechanized, capital-extensive farms in, as I said earlier, in Brazil, Uruguay, Mexico, or Argentina. Given that small size, the pattern one sees, for example, in Mexico is contract farming. There's the transnational agribusiness, and there's foreign investment in agricultural land as well. Foreign investors from outside as well as from within the region are investing in land in Latin America. Brazilians and Argentinians, for example, are producing soybeans, livestock forest products in Bolivia, for example. Brazilian investors have acquired land also in Paraguay, Colombia, and Uruguay. Mexicans, Costa Ricans, and Guatemalans, investors from these countries are engaged in forest, cattle, rice, sugarcane, citrus, and oil palm food production in Nicaragua. These are just some of the examples. So I would now invite quick comments and maybe very, very brief interventions from the floor. The floor is open. Thank you. With the time limit, I'm told we have crossed the time limit. So it's very important if you have some quickly in 2 minutes. Yes, we have somebody from the audience. Quick, please. Thank you.
Which are being introduced on the name of pesticide residues,
in response, just quickly say that MC2, that is Ministerial Conference 12, took place last year in Geneva. Not much came out of discussions. Now, Ministerial Conference at WTO is 13, will be held next year in UAE. I think it's time for us, countries, like-minded countries from CARICOM or from the Caribbean countries, to come together and discuss about non-tariff issues or other restrictive procedures. Thank you. So I thank everybody for your, for your indulgence and for your participation, and many thanks to distinguished participants from Latin America and the Caribbean region. Thank you. Thank you. Agradezco a ustedes muchos.
Thank you, Ms. Jain. And we shall now move to our next session, which is a special session with the LAC ambassadors in India. I would request our delegates to kindly remain seated. We are about to begin the next session just in a few minutes. May I request everyone to kindly settle down, and as I just mentioned that we have a special session with the LAC ambassadors in India. Before this, we had a special session with Mr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, Government of India, but due to some health exigency, he's not been able to join us. as we begin our special session with the LAC ambassadors in India at the 9th CII India-LAC Conclave, I request Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, President Global Relations Adani Group, to kindly start the session. I request everyone to please settle down, and I request Mr. Shishir Priyadarshi, President Global Relations Adani Group, to.
A very good evening to all of you, and a very good evening to this wonderful panel that I have the pleasure of moderating. May I request the gentlemen to please sit down? The few of you who are standing, if you'd like to sit down, sir. Thank you. Look, a panel which comes at the end of a long day is not necessarily one which attracts numbers, but I think just the fact that we have 5 wonderful ambassadors whom I've had the pleasure of interacting for the last 10 minutes here is reflected in all of you here today. So without much ado, because we have an important ministerial segment coming up at 7 o'clock, let me just lay the context of this session. Look, as far as trade and investment is concerned, and I think I have a bit of right to speak on that subject because I've done 25 years in the World Trade Organization in Geneva, has largely been a South-South phenomenon. Most developing countries, especially in this part of the world, have traditionally looked at the northern countries, at the developed countries, as the export markets. But this trend has been changing, and we very much hope that this trend changes further in the coming years. And even within this trend, and if I, temporarily wear an India hat rather than a no hat, which I wore for many years in the WTO, then India also has traditionally focused much more on the US, Europe. And even in the context of South-South trade, India looked at its immediate neighbors, India looked at Africa. Latin America is really where I think for many, many years India did not look. This is also reflected in what has been the position of South countries in different international organizations. Do they cooperate? Do they collaborate? Perhaps a little, but they could do much more. So the real point, and which I would throw a few questions to this panel that I have, is that how can we enhance South-South trade? How do we build the building blocks of trade? And perhaps the only way that we can do it is if the relationship between the countries, the relationship between India and the region is actually much more than trade. There has to be investment, and we've heard since morning a lot of talk about the different sectors, but also there has to be cooperation and collaboration in many international forums where both the Latin American countries and India are members. But these are some initial thoughts. Now, I'm going to not make any specific introductions other than the fact that these are all ambassadors of their countries. It'll save time also. But let me start by giving the floor to the ambassador of Chile to India, His Excellency Mr. Juan Rolando. And obviously, Chile is one country which has a free trade agreement with India, where trade is obviously increasing. And yes, we do think of Chile when we think of copper, but I think we need to think of much more. So with those introductory words, over to Mr. Juan.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this panel. It is always a pleasure to share thoughts with our Indian counterparts, especially when we are talking about increasing trade and investments. Of course, we have limited time, so I will be brief on my thoughts. I would like to enhance that I am very happy of this meeting after 8 years of not having this kind of event in India, and also 4 or 5 years not having the event at all. The last one was in Chile, precisely in October 2018. So we are very much looking forward for the continuation of this kind of event, because precisely goes to solve one of the problems, which is the unknown. We don't know very much each other, and we need to increase the knowledge, not only in terms of tariff, in terms of trade, in terms of commerce, but also people to people. I was thinking in having more exchange in academic students coming from here to the region, from the region to here, because at least in the case of my country, India is not yet on top of the minds of the people when they think on doing some studies abroad. And that is a reality maybe for some other countries. I agree completely on the relationship between investments and trade. In that case, I am very happy to mention to the audience that we have an agreement to avoid double taxation between Chile and India, and that is in vigor since a couple of years. And we are waiting for the full implementation, for the full use of this double taxation, avoid double taxation agreement. Something important also, just to mention, has to do with the political will that countries must express. And this political will has also a concrete way to go into real effects that are the agreements in commerce. I'm not saying that we have to go immediately to a free trade agreement, because free trade agreements are complicated sometimes. They have a lot of chapters, difficulties, maybe partial scope, CPAs, some other kinds of agreements that we can have. It will help. I think that the trade will also improve when it is equal between partners, equal partners. And it's something that we are trying to avoid in Chile is the continuing exporting only raw materials. We are trying to increase the added value on our exports, the sophistication, the work done in the country in the production of more elaborated goods. We have a long history of free trade agreements. I think we are the country with most free trade agreements in the world. But we see that every time that you negotiate something that it is more elaborated, the disposition to negotiate, to accept that is less. So I would say that we should go into a more equal treatment and more equal vision between partners. The example that I am having in the added value is, for instance, with lithium, which is a product that it is very much of interest of India. And we recently have a new policy national policy on lithium. The idea is not nationalize the lithium, but it is only give to the production of batteries, of any cathodes, of any product linked to that industry, more added value in the country. That goes also for fruits, for any primary material or good. And of course, the cooperation in international fora is very important. It's not very much often said. But of course, you have the background of WTO, but it is absolutely true that countries should cooperate more coordinated. The example of the Pacific Alliance, and I have here, by the coincidence, I don't know why, but all members of Pacific Alliance in the panel, shows what would be the way forward in terms of giving priorities. We have a very much interesting process of integration. We have just integrated several the unique window, the stock markets. We're trying to work on that, etc. So that's a good example. But just by coincidence, no, we are in the sixth panels. So I will just keep here because I know that we have no time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juan. I will make some points at the end, but there's one point definitely I make now is how important these conferences and symposiums are for industry on both sides to get to know each other. And I know CII does a remarkable job, and hats off to the organizers. But the way they do the annual forum with Africa, I would strongly take the liberty of suggesting that the forum with Latin America's frequency must also be made annual. With those words, let me hand the floor to the Honorable Ambassador from the Republic of Cuba, His Excellency Mr. Alejandro Simanacas. Sir, you have the floor.
So, thank you very much, first, to the CII for this opportunity, and thank you to the Indian government also for creating the space for new possibilities of collaboration between Latin America, the Caribbean, and India. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to be together with my colleagues, my brothers, ambassadors from Latin America and the Caribbean. So, of course, we attach high priority to this kind of events, which give the possibility to identify new opportunity. And of course, we attach high priority to the relationship with India. India is having a growing role internationally, economically, and politically, and this is something that we salute. Actually, we are working in order to increase the role of India in our economy, and we would like, and we aspire every day, we are working every day for India to become a key actor, a leading actor in our national economic development plan. I would like to mention the field of renewable energy, in which India is playing a key role in different projects that we are developing under the assistance of Exim Bank, but also under the consultancy of the NTPC company, which is a leading company in the field of generation here in India. We are members and founders of the International Solar Alliance. I would like to mention the biotech and biopharmaceutical sector, where Cuba has a very strength possibilities, because we have developed a very strong biopharmaceutical and biotech industry in Cuba, and a lot of research and development capacities. I just would like to highlight, just as an example, that the only one Latin American COVID vaccine is Cuban. And we have developed not only one, 4 COVID vaccine. And they have shown to be very effective. So this is just an example of the possibilities given by the biotech and biopharmaceutical sector. There are different innovative and unique Cuban products in the treatment of cancer, diabetes, skin diseases. So this is a sector in which we have a lot of possibility, in which the Cuban and Indian companies has been working for many, many years, not only in the trade relationship, but also in the cooperation. For example, some Cuban monoclonal antibodies has been manufactured here in India. So going very fast, because I know that we don't have too much time, I would like to add also the imports of such an important commodity for Cuba and for the world, like rice. We are increasing the imports of rice, and we are expecting to increase even the imports this year and next year. Also, we are exporting to India some products that for Cuba are traditionals, like the Cuban rum and the Cuban cigar. And we are working not only in order to improve our bilateral trade. We are working, as I said, in order to strengthen the role of India in our economy. We would like to strengthen the economic partnership. So we are looking for Indian companies to be partners in Cuba in the developing of the agriculture, the sugar cane industry, the nickel production, the production of gold, and also some sectors like the software. At the last, I would like to mention the main industry in Cuba right now, which is the tourism. We are one of the main destinations in the region, and of course it's the most dynamic sector in Cuba. And as an example, I just would like to say that there is an Indian company which is ruling right now 9 hotels in Cuba, among them perhaps right now the biggest hotel in Havana. So it's just one example of what the Indian company can make in the tourism sector in Cuba. At the end, I don't want to extend because my colleagues are waiting, but just to mention, talking about the South-South cooperation, that Cuba this year is chairing the Group 77 in China. This is the biggest group of countries that represent the Global South, and in which all the different possibilities for the international cooperation together, Cuba, India, and the members of the group are completely open. And the international solidarity is one of the fundamental pillars for our foreign policy, as well as for India. And we are ready to work together in different South-South cooperation projects for our countries, for the benefit of our countries, and of course, for the benefit of the Latin American and Caribbean countries. So, thank you very much. My appreciation. Thank you.
Thanks, Alejandro. Yeah, but there are 2 things which you said which I must, strengthen. There's a friend of mine who was supposed to be here in the audience, but he left. But one thing before leaving, he said, I must get your card because he and his family want to visit Cuba. So when you talked of tourism, I think it's an area that's growing. But there's one other thing that was mentioned in the previous session. I don't know if any of you were here or not. There was a gentleman from Colombia who said that industry or investment will only be the second step. The first step has to be to get to know each other, to get to know the country. And I now say this from experience of having visited Cuba. The kind of medical facilities, the kind of health care that Cuba has, you will only find out if you go there. So, that's an amazing, it's not just tourism, it's also health tourism. So we'll talk about that later, but Alejandro, thank you for all your inputs. Now I have the pleasure of giving the floor to His Excellency, Dr. Victor Hugo. Yes, that is the name, Ambassador of Colombia to India. Sir, over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am the new ambassador in town. I just arrived 1 month ago. I'm very delighted to be here in India, such a wonderful subcontinent. And I am very happy to be here with my colleagues to talk a little bit about the region, Latin America, and specifically about Colombia. So thank you very much, Chair Cesar, for this opportunity. I see the situation about the difficulty that sometimes you have to approach to a region or a country as a 2-level way to see it. The first one is, as our chair said, is we have to get to know each other. And yes, in the case of Colombia, we have been holding diplomatics and contacts during decades. During the last years, we have seen a vibrant relationships in terms of commerce between India and Colombia. And that is on the bilateral side. If I will have to summarize a little bit what we have now, we can say that India has been putting an eye on sectors that for Colombia are very important, and also for India, of course. It's pharmaceutics, it's metal mechanics, it is BPOs, IT centers, and that's very good. That's also the interest of Colombia. Colombia has a very interesting position and geographical position in the region, with access from the Pacific and to the Caribbean. That's very interesting in terms of business. And if I want to finish a short summary of this, I will tell you, yes, the global trade is reaching 5 billion. It's very good. It's coming from 0.7, 2.2. So yes, nowadays it's more than 4 billion, and that's very good for both sides. If I want to summarize a little bit more, I will tell you that the investment, that is the second stage that you find as soon as the exchange, the commerce exchange grows up, is growing up too. We have a record of 1.3 billion in investment, and that's very good for us. But in the other level, when you try to approach to a region or a country, you need to think about sub-regional approach. And that's why my colleague Juan from Chile was talking about, let's say, the Pacific Alliance. So the Pacific Alliance comprises Mexico, Chile, Peru, Colombia, and is committed to the Pacific. And I would like to give you a very good example about that approach. And I'm talking about HERO, my colleague from the Colombian India Chamber of Commerce over there. He was mentioning HERO. You were talking about Christian precisely. And it's true. So HERO made a big effort of investment in Colombia, as other companies. But it's taken advantage of this regional agreement. It's good for India, it's good for us, it's good for everybody. And nowadays, we keep this interest. That's a second level of approach, a country regional approach. You are doing very well. But at this moment, Colombia has been trying to move a little bit forward for an also common and global interest challenge. That is how to industrialize Colombia without impacting negatively our environment. So how to get the development being at the same time friendly with the environment. And let me put an example that is very hard to say. Usually, people think that when you move to electric vehicles, for instance, then you will be helping the environment. And this is the big change. Certainly, it's a big step. But when you think about what you need, the raw materials that you need to get the batteries for the electric vehicles, you will know, and we all know, that we should make further steps to be reindustrialized and at the same time to be good with our planet. That is the biggest challenge. So Colombia has been advocating to go ahead with the ODAs, to go ahead with the ideas of the reindustrializations, and in these fields, I can talk about pharmaceutics, also of interest of India, motorcycles, two-wheelers, three-wheelers maybe, and BPOs, etc. But at the same time, we need to move on in this kind of reindustrializations that also protects the nature. And this is our main goal. We want to be self-sufficient in terms of health, in terms of agriculture. And I know that there are many fields and what we can share with India, and precisely this initiative is so important for that. But lastly, I'm sorry I was extended. The message that I want to bring from Colombia is that we have room for more business. We have more room for investment. There are common fields of interest. But in this process that we want to share, and we are open to India, we want a process of reindustrialization that goes hand in hand with the protection of our environment. So that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Teacher.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victor. Look, it's an important point, and I think we need periodic reminders of this important point, that it is only familiarity that will lead to investment. Investment would lead to relationships, and relationships would lead to trade. And that really has to be the cornerstone, while respecting, and I think that's something so importantly that you've said, while respecting the environment. And I know why Ambassador said it. I'm a little familiar with the political, ethos in your country. Is that, yes, you have mining, you want to do that, want to grow, but without in any way affecting the environment. So I think that's an important point. You should take the ambassador's word on what he said about looking for investment, and I'm sure you'll have a ready window here for further information and knowledge. So thank you again, Victor. I have now the pleasure of giving the floor to the Ambassador of Dominican Republic, Ambassador David Pugh. And I was kind of in a lighter vein telling him that the Ambassador of Dominican Republic to the WTO was there for about 20 odd years. And he said that the former Ambassador of Dominican Republic was also here for about 14, 15. Yeah, like that. So you have someone here who just might be here for a very, very long time. He looks very young. Yeah, David, the floor is to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Priyadarshi, and it's a pleasure to be here. I don't know how long I will be in India, but I've already been 6 years and a half, 4 years initially, and this is my second stint. Now 2 years into my second innings in India. How do we enhance South-South trade? How do we enhance the trade between Latin America and the Caribbean and India? Well, from the perspective of the Dominican Republic, I have to say that the relation between our two countries, between India and the Dominican Republic, is actually quite young. It's a recent relation. And if we were to use an image, India and the Dominican Republic, we could say, are like two lovers that are just recently dating and starting to know each other. And they are at that phase in which lovers need to talk more. They need to know each other. They need to communicate. Because this is the only way that the relation can consolidate. So this is really where we are. Now, we're moving fast, so we are like lovers that are quickly progressing into their relation. And I have to say that in 2021, we reached the $1 billion mark in our bilateral trade. But more interesting for the talk that we're having now, India ranked 5th trade partner of the Dominican Republic. And we usually say that we're focused, in our partners of the North, we're focused in the USA, in Europe, but if we see the numbers we have reached in the recent past are quite impressive and significant. The Minister of External Affairs, S.J. Shankar, was mentioning this morning, quoting the data of the trade of India, the exports of India to the Dominican Republic, that were similar or superiors in 2022 to the ones that India records with many countries of its own region. Now, what can we do to move forward? I will mention 5 points and end with a little story. So, first, I think political support is essential for this relation, for the trade relation to move forward. And we're seeing this very, very clearly in the recent past of the relation between Dominican Republic and India. Because in the past 3 years, India inaugurated its embassy in the Dominican Republic, and the External Affairs Minister visited the Dominican Republic this year with the business delegation, and we are already seeing how these political decisions are having a clear impact on the trade, on the awareness of the Indian business community about the Dominican Republic. Second point, and it's already been mentioned by my colleagues, is the importance of this kind of events. We need to have them regularly, and we also need to have, as follow-ups, business delegations supported by the chambers of commerce in both directions, towards our region and from our region to India. Third is more awareness, more information, and awareness and information is not only generated through events like this and through participation in business fairs. I strongly believe that cooperation, trainings, exchange of good practices in different fields, student exchanges, even cultural activities, everything in all fields that communicate what our countries are to the Indian audiences and vice versa is important in this endeavor. Fourth point is, I think that we should have the maturity from the government side to be able to talk frankly and very openly at the issues that in a way slow down the trade. And we do have things that we can improve. I mean, for many of our products, for many of our agricultural products, in the case of Dominican Republic, for its cigar, for its rum, the duties are very high in India. And I think that we should be able to raise these issues, to talk about these issues, and to find solutions that benefit both our sides. And finally, I will also reiterate something that has been said, that will be my fifth point, that it is important to talk about trade, of course, and to facilitation of trade, but from the perspective of the Dominican Republic, it is equally important that we talk about investment, that we talk about the logistical facilities that Dominican Republic often offers to Indian companies that want to do business in the whole Caribbean and Central America region. So in our discourse, we need definitely to go beyond trade. And if I have one little minute, I will just finish by a little story which I really like to tell, because I think it really illustrates in a very nice way the kind of opportunities that are offered in this trade and business relation between India and the Dominican Republic and Latin America and the Caribbean. A couple of years back, when I arrived to India, I was approached by a mango exporter from India. And this man has been in the business for many years, exporting mangoes from India to the European market. And for some reason, logistical, and also of the availability of mangoes and the quality of mangoes, he was facing some troubles into his business to Europe. And he found out, just by doing his research, that the Dominican Republic had great mangoes. And he said, well, I just got the idea that maybe I can continue to send mangoes to Europe, but instead of buying them in India, I will go to Dominican Republic and I will buy the mangoes. And we started to talk, to calculate what will be the time of shipping mangoes from Dominican Republic to India, what will be the cost to Europe, what will be the cost of shipping mangoes from Dominican Republic to Europe. And he got quite convinced that the idea, that was just like a vague idea in his mind, was an interesting idea. He went to Dominican Republic, he started to export mangoes. He's been exporting mangoes more and more by the months. But now he's interested, and he's just finalized a deal in renting land in the Dominican Republic to grow Indian and Asian vegetables for the European market. So what started as an rather crazy ideas of going to look for mangoes in the Dominican Republic has now become full-fledged investment to grow vegetables that we have never grown in the Dominican Republic, like carela, okra, and different vegetables, and he's selling those vegetables into the European market for the Indian community and Asian community in Europe. And I like this story because it just shows you how complex, how exciting, but also how surprising this relation between Latin America, Caribbean, and India could be. Because we are seeing in his little story a very unexpected result for an idea that was completely different. Thank you very much.
David, thank you so much. I think your story really just points to one thing that I would love to, as an Indian, say that Indians are very good at, and I'm so proud of that when I talk of some of their stories in the WTO, and that is innovativeness. I mean, you've got to look beyond. You want to be ahead in the race, you've got to keep thinking ahead, not what we did in the past and do more of that, but to look ahead and do more of what we've not done in the past. But the other point, David, you mentioned, and I really, apologies, I keep going back to my WTO days, but I've done 25 years there, so that's very natural. We must talk about our differences. You know, it'll never be a one-way street. You may want to kind of, go across into these countries, import at low duty, export from their low duty. But no, it will always be, for a sustainable relationship, a two-way street. And a two-way street will only come about if we also both listen to and address the kind of concerns you've said. Because in WTO, the most common refrain one would hear always was the duties in India on some products are very high. They have come down. They're definitely coming down. Important thing is to listen to each other. So, David, thanks a ton for that. And I will take you up more on that of how two partners need to get to know each other better outside the meeting. With that, I have the pleasure to give the floor to what would be the last speaker on the panel, and I'll then explain who would have been the last speaker left. But the Ambassador of Mexico, I must admit, sir, I've been the last on the panel a few times, obviously, in my life. You either are completely squeezed for time, with the chair saying, oh, please, can you just hurry up? Or, like today, I have the pleasant task of telling you that the minister is slightly delayed, and you have slightly more time, so which is a rarity for me to say. So over to Ambassador Federico Salas for his wise words.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will not take that much time, don't worry about it. First of all, I want to thank CII for hosting this event. Finally, after so many years that we had been working on the possibility of it taking place. So I'm very happy that it has become a reality, and I think it's going to be very useful to have this meeting that is taking place today and tomorrow, and the future editions that will come in the years ahead. Let me just mention a few points which I think are important, drawing on some of the questions that you have posed at the beginning, and also what some of my colleagues have said. I think that we need to realize a few things as we move ahead in the relationship between India and the Latin American and Caribbean region. First of all, we need to realize that we're important for each other. And this is something that I think was highlighted by the foreign minister this morning, but I think it needs to be stressed. The indicators are already there, as my colleague from Dominican Republic mentioned, referring to what Mr. Jaishankar said this morning. The kind of economic relationship that India has with some of our countries is much greater than the one that it has with what one would think are would have been the traditionally large partners, economic partners of India. But that is not the case. Those partners are really in Latin America. That is one thing, and it has to do not only with trade, but also has to do with investment. And one thing that I think is also very important is to realize that if you take a picture of where we are in the figures of trade and investment, that is good. The numbers are great. The figures are around the 50 billion for the region. There's the goal of doubling that by 2027 or 2028. But what I think is more important is to see the dynamism of this growth, how in the past decade those numbers have just multiplied. That is certainly the case with Mexico, but it's also the case with many of the countries in the region. And I think that that is something very important that we need to realize. Let me just mention at this point how, for example, India today is one of the top 15 trading partners of Mexico. And Mexico, together with Brazil, were the largest trading partners of India in the region. So once again, we are important for each other, and this is something that we need to realize and make noise about it. Secondly, I think it's important, and I think that in this audience that is full of business people, to recognize that it's you guys, it's the business community in both India and in the Latin American and Caribbean region that have taken the initiative. The fact that trade has grown, that investment has grown, this has happened even in the absence of free trade agreements. It has happened even in the absence of a more greater involvement by the government on both sides of the world to strengthen the ties that of India with the Latin American and Caribbean region. This, I think, is also very important to realize, because right now what we're seeing, and I think we're very grateful to Foreign Minister Jaishankar, because I think that he has taken very bold steps precisely to bring the governmental structure, the attention of the Indian official world to focus on Latin America and the Caribbean. But more needs to be done so that the entire governmental structure, not only of the central government, but the states, local governments of India, also focus on our region. That, I think, is also very important. Third, I think it's also a key element as we move towards the future and as we want to see this relationship grow, that we focus on new areas. Yes, we're trading all sorts of wonderful things, automobiles, chemicals, etc. But we need to move more aggressively into new areas of the future of economic development. Digital being one of them, where India, of course, has a very important advantage. Questions of artificial intelligence, startups. Lithium was mentioned as as a new mineral that is obviously has grown in importance in the recent past, and of course has an important future. So we really need to focus on some of these issues of innovation, of the newer technologies, of how we can benefit from each other in these new areas. And this, I think, it's very important that we focus not just on the volume and the value of the trade and economic relationship, but also on the quality of the relationship that India has with our region. And finally, what I wanted to say was that we really need to seize the day. The world is changing, and we really need to be on top of this change. All these questions of nearshoring, for example, the new appreciation that we've had of value chains since the pandemic, there has sort of been a reevaluation of what it all means. All of these things, we really need to focus more strongly on these issues and take advantage of them. And I think that the onus is very much on the business community that is well represented here, but also on our respective governmental structures on both sides of the world as we move towards the future and assure that this relationship, which is certainly within the global south, but probably now the global structure is such that it's hard to speak just of south and north, but we need to move in these new directions and take advantage of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd said at the beginning I'd try and summarize at the end. I genuinely don't think I need to. Look, it's not important what all of us have said. I think what is important is the feeling that you take with you when the session finishes. And I think that one feeling is so important, that this is a region that is open, that this is a region which is welcoming, that this is a region where often, as far as Indian business and Indian industry is concerned, hasn't been on the top of our priority, and it must be. I think that's really the important message that we must take. A decision to trade for investment, for whatever be the relationship, should be taken consciously based on whatever parameters you as business are judging it. But South America, Latin America, and the Caribbean must definitely be on the anvil of any international business development that we do. And I'm proud to say that right now, that's what I do for the Adanis, international business development. Two small points and I will conclude. One is genuinely thankful to all of you. You know, ambassadors many, many years ago, let's say decades ago, used to be far more political. You know, that was the idea. It was political bilateral relationships. But I think the economic part of the ambassador's role today is as great, or if not greater. And therefore, you know, to enhance trade with the region is both a responsibility and you know, you feel very proud if you do achieve that. I think there's just two more things I need to mention. You know, sessions like this take a lot of backdoor effort. And I do want to place on record, not just for all of the CII people working, but for three people, Aditya, Amitabh, and Pranav. And I know I still keep Pranav in the CII family. No, really, huge thanks to all of you. I think the only reason they seem to have roped me in was that it's sometimes difficult to find an Indian who's actually traveled to all the countries of the people sitting here. And I've had the pleasure of being to all the countries, including to Peru, whose ambassador had to leave because his minister had a meeting with our minister. Three thoughts to conclude. And yes, this is the conclusion. One is, and I'm only picking from what's been said, we are both very important for each other. We need to realize this importance, we need to respect this importance, but we need to build and strengthen upon this importance. Two, distance doesn't matter. I know purely from a carbon footprint that we will leave it does matter, but truthfully, distance does not matter. And if I can take an example from David, I think often makes the heart grow fonder. So let's not, distance should definitely not be in view. And a final point that I'll say a bit in tongue-in-cheek, because I lived in a French-speaking country for many years, and despite many efforts, I don't think I picked it up, that Spanish is easier than French. So it should be another reason why you should all look in this region. With those words, let me again thank this wonderful panel I have. And I have someone probably whispering that the... Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So for the first time after many years, I've got this pleasure of chairing a session where I'm getting a second whisper, Chinese whisper, that yes, we can extend some more. So look, gentlemen, ladies, anything you want to ask the panel, you are absolutely, we have a few more minutes. So happy to open the floor. Thanks. Oh yes, please, just go ahead, since you're the only person. Please, just, if you can give the mic there, sir.
It's me again. I was wondering if the panel would agree with me in asking the question to India, will there be preferential sectors open up to do like something like a free trade, or preferential agreements, or India would work to doing free trade with LAC countries? One. Two, would the business sector from India right, be able to and would be invited by the state heads and representative of the governments to have something like major refineries for lithium, major refineries for oil created in a LAC country, which can be run by India. That's my question. And for all the Indian people who want to invest there, it's said that intelligence is something when you hit a target when you see it, but a genius is one who hits a target which everybody doesn't see, right? Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? And we can perhaps take them together.
Sure, sir.
Over to you.
Sir, thank you for the opportunity. And my question have two references, is the South-South and the trade. Now, one of the major challenge which frequently we face is the shipping. So we may have the opportunity, but unless the shipping part is efficient, cost efficient, time efficient, the loop doesn't get closed. So I'm finding that that conversation since morning, I don't see that coming up. And we have seen that instead, in spite of the best of the intentions, the freight cost becomes actually 3 times higher than the material cost. So, I mean, shipping industry has to re-emerge in certain countries or certain part, India versus Latin America. So I don't know whether the Excellency sitting here, they have some comments, some thoughts already going in the mind. I think it's very, very clear for a sustainable trade, and not that it is getting disrupted in 1 year and we have to restart again. And that is how it happened during the COVID time, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe one more, and then if there is one more. The lady.
Thank you very much for a lovely panel, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm the only lady here who's asking you this question. That rather than a question, it's more of a interactive and a suggestion also. That it would have been nice to have small visuals of the countries whose ambassadors are present here. I know that I had met the Chilean ambassador and he had shown us his country in one of the programs, and it was, many businessmen were excited to know what all they have to offer. And then we could have had, I think CII could organize this, that even from Indian side, rather than having just a dry this thing, we could have more of the visual, which could, more tempt the people to get into business together. And that would have been very nice. And secondly, how do we showcase the various Latin American countries? Because after the program is over, it's just very crisp business or whatever. So more and more interaction between our country and India and other countries is so important, to have more cultural programs so that we can promote more business. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and you're very right. We should have had at least some lady representative here too. One final question. I think there's a gentleman on the lady's right who'd raised his hand before, and we'll stop at that.
Sir, a businessman is he is willing to invest in a country, in a foreign country, if there is a framework for security, for protection of its investment, and there is a route to exit at an appropriate time, and also a dispute resolution mechanism. So those things should also be envisaged by the Latin American countries, so that the businessman, and there should also be a fiscal incentives for his investments, like we have PLI schemes in India. So that will be lucrative for the businessmen from India to invest in Latin American countries. Sure. So any thought on that, sir?
Thanks. Well, the final whisper was that we now need to close. So, may I start from that side? Is there any specific question that you may wish to answer, or anything else you might say?
Let me, if I may, just address one point which I think is very pertinent. You're right. The instruments, the legal instruments for the protection and the promotion of investments we're lacking in most countries. Let me just say that this is something that I think you guys in the business community should push your governmental authorities to either conclude the negotiations that have already started with some of our countries or start them, because these things are there in the pipeline, but they're not going anywhere. And I think that if the business community presses for this to be achieved, I think it will help us. And of course, at the end of the day, it would help protect the industries that are investing across the world. Thank you.
Alejandro, anything? So.
Regarding the investment, of course, there is a legal framework in Cuba. Many years ago, we adopted a new investment law, which gives all the facilities, the tax facilities for the foreign investment, for the security, for the protection of the investment, for the revenues to be returned in the proper way. But I would like to point out, to highlight just particular issues for Cuba. First, the geographical position, which is at the center of Latin America and the Caribbean. Cuba is the key of the Mexican Gulf, so the geographical position gives a lot of advantages for the investment, not only for those products manufactured in Cuba to be put in the Cuban market, but also in the region, in Latin America and in the Caribbean. Also, many years ago, more than 10 years ago, we created a special economic zone which gives even more special conditions, special advantages for the foreign investment. And the special economic zone is next to a port. We have been modernized more than 10 years ago, and now it has become one of the most modern port in the region with a lot of facilities. Also, some advantages that I would like just to highlight is the security and the high level of the professional human sources that we can provide for the foreign investment. Plus, of course, the different facilities in the law regarding the taxes, the revenues, as I said. But I would like just to highlight that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A couple of comments on that. The first one is that, yes, I think that the problem of the freight and the cost of transporting goods is something to take into account, especially when you are trying to export with small and medium business. It is always a challenge. I've been talking to many Colombian producers who say, we are ready to export. We are ready for India. But once you face the cost of the freight, then probably you will set back. And that is a problem. Yes, distance could be a problem. So at that moment, you think about examples, just like our colleague from República Dominicana said, that is a beautiful example. Now I would like to add another example. Yes, for instance, there is a Colombian big company dealing with coffee. They want to export to the Philippines. And they found out that, of course, it's not business. When you send the coffee from Colombia to the Philippines, it will be no business. So what they do is to use their knowledge about how to deal with the market, and they establish a company, a joint venture in the Philippines, to distribute and to produce coffee, not with Colombian coffee, but with Indonesian, Philippine coffee, and Malaysian coffee. And it's good business. So the point in this business is the knowledge, is the know-how. So yes, freight can be a problem. So when you face this cost, you have to think about other opportunities. You have to reinvent yourself and your company. And this is a good example. It is no problem when you are talking about IT business, when it's no problem when you are talking about BPOs. But of course, for goods, you have to think about something else. And I agree with that. The second thing is that in the case of Colombia, and of course, most of the region has a bilateral protection agreements on investments. And we have recently submitted a new text for India with Colombia. So, and I think that is the common issue in the region, in the relationship of India. Thank you very much.
Clearly, the session time has come, but I can't be unfair. So, quick half a minute, sir, to both of you.
Thank you very much. In fact, I will be very quick because of the timing. The first part of the first question, in fact, it is not to us to say what the Indian government should say or do in the trade relationships. It's up to the Indian government. Second part, yes, when you approach countries, that is something important. We are different countries, so we have different levels of sophistication, laws, history, expectations, history. So I don't know if the G2G approach will work all the time, as the sir was suggesting. And in all our countries, the old process of investments are normally bids, public bids. So companies can go there and present the bids and participate as any other country from any other part of the world. Concerning the question of Sagar, I think that is very important he pointed out a major problem for us, which is the distance and logistics. We try to create a sort of logistic group to work on that, to improve that. But the problem is that still the distance will be there. We had an interesting experience with our cherries going to China, for instance, when they freight a ship only for these products. So this is a question maybe of scale, of production, of amount of products being transported. Per unit, you will lower the cost if you have more demand. But again, which is first? The amount of commerce, the amount of trade, or the shipping lines that are low cost, if you could say that. Concerning the third question of the lady, absolutely right. We need to increase our knowledge, our mutual knowledge, because visually, you may know a couple of countries, but we are much more than bigger countries in the world, in the region. I'm talking about the whole region. So we have much more to offer, much more to know in terms of tourism, in terms of things to do, to discover, materials, capacity of people, technical abilities, etc., of the different populations. So definitely we need to increase that. And in the last, of course, just repeating what has been said, all countries have different structures to facilitate investments and calling for investment. There is an Invest Chile, I'm sure there is an Invest Colombia, Invest Mexico, Invest Cuba. Every country has a different path, but in general, of course, investments are very much welcome and secured in all the countries. It is just a question of where is the best rentability and which sectors are of interest of the particular investors.
Thanks.
Thank you.
David.
Well, I know time is short. I'll only answer to one or two of the questions, and I think I'll pick the question from the lady, or the remark from the lady who talked about culture and talked about the importance of cultural exchange. I always say that in the case of the Dominican Republic, and I think that's valid for many of the Latin American and Caribbean countries, people know India, or have known India for many years because of yoga, because of spirituality, because of movies, and that's a fact. So the impact of culture in the relations, in the know-how, in the incentives to travel, and then in the incentives to do business is immense, and sometimes we don't measure that. People know India through yoga, they know yoga more than Tatas or Adanis, or, you know, so that has a very, 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 very deep impact on people and on the desire to know more, on the desire to travel, and of course then on the desire to do business.
Thanks a ton. A huge round of applause for these guys. Thank you. And with that, we conclude. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
We request our guests to kindly remain seated. We are about to begin the special ministerial session in just a few minutes. While we are taking a minute for the changeover, there may be a few speeches in Spanish. May I request the people who need their simultaneous interpretation headsets to collect it from the outside of this room? We are immediately starting our special ministerial session, and may I request our esteemed guests and delegates to kindly take their seats. We have a few speeches in Spanish, so you may kindly collect your SI headsets from the outside of this room. I request everyone in the room to kindly settle down and take their seats. There are a few speeches in Spanish. For those who require the SI headsets, kindly collected from the outside of this room. We are expecting our Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, in about minutes' time. May I request the people at the back of the room to kindly take their seats? While we welcome our honorable ministers and dignitaries from the Latin American and the Caribbean countries who are here with us today, we thank you for your patience, and Minister has arrived at the venue. He should be in the room any moment. So may I request everyone to kindly take your seats, please. So ladies and gentlemen, kindly join us in welcoming Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister. Yes, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly join us in welcoming Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India.
Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution of the Government of India, Mr. Piyush Goyal, His Excellency, the Governor of the Nuevo Leon of the United Mexican States, His Excellency, the Governor of the Province of Cifuentes of the Government of Cuba, the Secretary of State in the Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Honduras, Excellency, the Minister for Tourism, Civil Aviation, Transportation and Investment of Antigua and Barbuda, His Excellency, the Minister of Development Planning of Bolivia, the State of Bolivia, His Excellency, the Minister of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation of Grenada, His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Foreign Trade, Investment and Promotion, Ministry of Popular Power of Economy and Finance of Foreign Trade of Venezuela, the President of the CII, Mr. R. Dinesh, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening as we come to the very final and the most significant session of the day for this LAC conclave. We have with us, as you know, our Commerce and Industry Minister. Sir, during the course of the day, we had many sessions, including on how we improve trade facilitations, as well as sectors of healthcare and pharmaceuticals, electricals and automotives, IT and electronics, infrastructure and energy transition, agriculture and food processing. And one of the things you always tell us that involve many sectoral institutions as we go along. As you will see in this, you always very observant, and I have seen in many of our conferences whenever you have come in, you have seen the board which shows the people who are involved. So sectoral associations who you always ask us to involve relevant to this are associated with this initiative. Honorable Ministers, it's actually a great honor to have you with us, and we have over here this time a huge participation, the maximum number of participation that we have ever seen in the LAC conclave, which is really dealing with two-way investment and, of course, trade. So this is more than 350 meetings which has taken place over today, and we expect many more tomorrow in B2B format, which is just phenomenal, and 270 participants from the 26 LAC countries and 10 non-LAC countries, which has really added to this huge response that we have received. With that, I'd not take much time. Welcome once again, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to this outstanding meeting, and thanks for your participation. Thank you, and a very good evening. May I request Mr. R. Dinesh, the President of CII, to say a few words, please?
Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, distinguished Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to extend a very special welcome to Shri Piyush Ji, who has been, I would say, a pillar of strength in making sure that the relationship between India and the Latin American countries grow and grow faster. I don't want to take much time here today. So, Honorable Minister, in the morning I had mentioned that we should keep a target of moving from the 50 billion trade which we have between India and the LAC region to reach a target of 100 billion by 2028. And knowing you, sir, I'm sure you'll have even more ambitious aspirations. So we do wish that we are able to achieve that by making sure we have focused on the free trade agreements and preferential trade agreements and see how we can have an increase which has been happening between the Mercosur and other countries with whom we have had this in the past. The third and the last point I would like to mention is that there are more than 160 Indian companies which have made investments in the Latin American region, and all of them are looking at growth and opportunities for growth as they have entered that market. Therefore, there is a great possibility to see a growth in the relationship, not just in terms of specific sectors, but also in terms of companies and private sector partnerships which can be established through this relationship. We now look forward to this event further presaging a growth in this partnership and association, and we look forward to hearing the views of everyone here today. Thank you and wish great success for this.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh. And now I'll request His Excellency Mr. Juan Alvarez, the Vice Minister of Foreign Trade and Investment and Promotion from Venezuela, to give his address.
Buenas noches. En nombre del presidente Nicolás Maduro, queremos saludar a Su Excelencia, el honorable Ministro de Industria y Comercio de la India, el señor Piyush Goyal, y aprovechamos también de saludar a todos los honorables presentes y autoridades de Latinoamérica, de los gobiernos del Caribe. Desde Venezuela celebramos este encuentro que nos lleva a revisar las oportunidades de cooperación entre nuestra región y la India, en el contexto global de recuperación, luego del duro golpe que significó la pandemia producida por el COVID y el estallido posterior del conflicto entre Ucrania y Rusia. Ambos sucesos nos han mostrado las vulnerabilidades de la configuración económica mundial y nos obliga a replantear esquemas para hacer frente a la nueva realidad que se construye actualmente. Las economías emergentes que encuentran su máxima representación en los BRICS juegan un rol importante en esa nueva realidad que se está construyendo. Sus economías crecen a ritmos acelerados y sostenidos y además concentran una importante porción de la población mundial. En el caso de la India, particularmente, presenta una economía que tiene importantes niveles de complementariedad con las economías latinoamericanas y caribeñas. Y por esta razón nosotros creemos que existen grandes oportunidades para el crecimiento y la diversificación en nuestra cooperación. Mi país, Venezuela, sufre un criminal bloqueo producto de las medidas coercitivas unilaterales impuestas por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos y que viola el derecho internacional, pero que además impacta el comercio mundial y perturba sus reglas internacionales. Es importante hacer notar que el efecto negativo de estas medidas coercitivas unilaterales no solamente recaen sobre los países objetivos, sino que también afectan a los socios comerciales y a los socios estratégicos que tienen nuestras naciones. Y también es importante resaltar que hay más de 30 países en el mundo que sufren hoy el efecto de las sanciones del gobierno de Norteamérica. Sin embargo, y a pesar de las dificultades que ello implica para Venezuela, nos sentimos orgullosos de decirles que Venezuela en el año 2022 retomó el camino del crecimiento económico y logramos una recuperación y un crecimiento del PIB del 15%. Y en la historia económica de Venezuela, ese 15% por primera vez tuvo como participación un 70% del sector no petrolero. Venezuela, como lo ha dicho nuestro presidente Maduro, está abierta al futuro y tiene la firme disposición de trabajar junto con los gobiernos hermanos de Latinoamérica y el Caribe, y especialmente con el gobierno de la India para fortalecer y diversificar las relaciones económicas y los temas comerciales de inversión. Temas donde existen grandes potenciales, por ejemplo, en el sector petrolero y de gas. Venezuela tiene la primera reserva mundial de petróleo y la sexta reserva mundial de gas. y eso representa pues una importante oportunidad para el comercio y para la inversión bilateral. Pero además también tenemos sectores como el aluminio y el acero. Tenemos también grandes reservas en estos minerales que pudieran aprovecharse para impulsar las relaciones económicas entre Latinoamérica, Venezuela especialmente, y la India. Pero además tenemos el sector madera, el sector petroquímico, sector agrícola, entre muchos otros. Para concretar acciones en la dirección planteada, creemos que es necesario formalizar instrumentos que permitan tener una hoja de ruta clara para la cooperación. También es necesario la construcción de una arquitectura financiera que no sea un obstáculo para el comercio, sino todo lo contrario. Necesitamos una arquitectura financiera que facilite el comercio, que lo promueva. Y en ese sentido, pues nosotros celebramos la participación de la CAF, que es el Banco de Desarrollo de nuestra región, que está presente aquí en el evento y tuvimos la oportunidad de escuchar a su representante esta mañana, porque la CAF podría representar una alternativa factible a través del desarrollo de la cooperación con la India directamente o incluso con el Banco de los BRICS para aportar en esa construcción de esa nueva arquitectura financiera. Como experiencia, me gustaría mencionar brevemente el programa ProGIF que está desarrollando la CAF en varios países de América Latina y que está contribuyendo significativamente a incrementar el comercio entre nuestras naciones. Y creemos desde Venezuela que podría ser factible que la CAF ampliara el alcance de sus programas y pudiera también facilitar el comercio entre nuestra región y la India. Para eso, bueno, hay que trabajar y establecer un mecanismo de cooperación entre nuestro banco y posiblemente los BRICS. Y específicamente, creemos que es importante y proponemos en este evento avanzar en la suscripción de acuerdos comerciales para poder intensificar, promover, incrementar el comercio entre nuestros países, pero además creemos que es importante hablar el tema de la inversión. Si nosotros queremos mantener un crecimiento sostenido del intercambio comercial de nuestros países en el mediano y largo plazo, es indispensable hablar del tema de inversión. Y para eso Venezuela propone avanzar, negociar, suscribir tratados de protección de inversión que permitan definir un marco jurídico favorable y ayude en la promoción de lo que es la inversión. Y por último, que podamos avanzar en la organización de encuentros empresariales, ruedas de negocio o cualquier otra forma de encuentro directo entre los sectores productivos de nuestros países, nuestros empresarios, que puedan explorar de manera directa esas oportunidades para hacer negocio y para incrementar el negocio bilateral. Quiero, bueno, resaltar una vez más la posición de Venezuela, la intención del presidente Nicolás Maduro de Venezuela abierta al futuro y de Venezuela dispuesta a trabajar con el gobierno de la India y con los gobiernos de América Latina para fortalecer muchísimo más estas relaciones comerciales y agradecemos la invitación para poder discutirlo en este evento. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Minister. Now, may I turn to the Governor of the Province of the St. Figues of Cuba, His Excellency Alexandra Garcia Sufolaveda.
Excelencias, América Latina y el Caribe y la nación india son regiones que, aunque la diferencia en notables matices culturales, poseen poderosas razones para alcanzar una integración comercial estrecha. En sus territorios habitan menos del 25% de la población mundial, la cual experimenta las dificultades recurrentes en las naciones pertenecientes al sur global, a pesar de su gran dinamismo económico. Por otra parte, el vínculo comercial entre nuestra región y la India posee nivel de complementariedad relevante en sectores como la industria farmacéutica, el sector alimentario, energético, el de las tecnologías, de la información y las comunicaciones, así como otras que son explorados de forma más reciente. Esta característica es lo que ha permitido un ascenso del 145% del comercio total entre ambas regiones en los últimos 10 años, hasta alcanzar los 36.000 millones de dólares en el periodo 2021-2022. Tales datos son la evidencia del gran potencial de los vínculos económicos y comerciales, cuyo fortalecimiento tributa a beneficios constantes y duraderos para ambas partes, permitiéndoles hacer frente a los importantes retos que imponen las consecuencias económicas adversas en el contexto de la pospandemia y los conflictos geopolíticos de nuestra era. Excelencias, la creación de una estrategia comercial sistémica entre nuestra región y la nación asiática, orientada a la diversificación de las esferas para desarrollar el comercio y las inversiones, es una de las demandas más recurrentes en eventos como este, teniendo hoy la posibilidad de tomar una postura al respecto. Para Cuba, la India constituye uno de nuestros principales socios comerciales en la región de Asia y un interlocutor comercial relevante a nivel mundial. Y aunque la calidad de nuestros vínculos económicos señalan al subcontinente asiático como una nación de gran importancia para nuestro plan de desarrollo económico y social hasta el 2030, los lazos económicos y comerciales bilaterales aún requieren de los esfuerzos conjuntos en la exploración de las amplias potencialidades que poseen y su importancia estratégica para la profundización del vínculo de la nación asiática con Latinoamérica y el Caribe. También apostamos por la conciliación de mecanismos comerciales y financieros que generen un ambiente cada vez más amigable y seguro para el comercio y las inversiones. Entre ellos se encuentran la generación de un contexto legal e institucional, especialmente en el marco de las relaciones bancarias, para la potenciación del comercio bilateral. Debemos profundizar en el trabajo conjunto para la creación de condiciones propicias que promuevan nuestras regiones como destinos turísticos seguros y sostenibles. En el caso de Cuba, destaca la participación de empresarios indios en el sector turístico, siendo alto interés de Cuba continuar fomentando dicha participación. Las potencialidades en el codesarrollo de productos biotecnológicos innovadores pueden ser encauzadas a través de alianzas estratégicas, en las que Cuba tiene la voluntad de fomentar y liderar a partir de los resultados alcanzados para la curación de enfermedades endémicas como la diabetes, diferentes tipos de cáncer e incluso el desarrollo de vacunas como las 3 desarrolladas en nuestro país para combatir la COVID-19. Por otra parte, existen potencialidades para el desarrollo de negocios conjuntos vinculados a las tecnologías de la información, las industrias del software, la gestión de parques tecnológicos, el comercio electrónico y otros en que la India tiene una vasta experiencia. Asimismo, abogamos por un incremento de la capacitación y programas de entrenamiento en aquellos sectores en los que ambas regiones han decidido emprender la profundización de las relaciones comerciales, a fin de contar con el personal calificado apropiado para el desarrollo de los proyectos y negocios de interés común. La ocasión me es propicia para invitar a los presentes a participar en la 39ª edición de la Feria Internacional de La Habana, que tendrá lugar entre los días 6 y 11 de noviembre, la bolsa comercial de carácter general más importante de Cuba y el Caribe, y una de las más representativas en América Latina. Será una excelente oportunidad para promover nuevos negocios de interés, para ampliar y potenciar las relaciones entre nuestras regiones. Excelencia, finalmente, permítanme agradecer la oportunidad que la Confederación de Industrias de la India y el Gobierno indio nos han dado de participar en este importante conclave, el cual, estamos seguros, constituye un importante significativo en el fortalecimiento de las asociaciones económicas para alcanzar un crecimiento compartido y sostenible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Governor. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Samuel Alexandro Garcia Sepulveda, of the Governor of the State of Nuevo León of Mexico.
Good afternoon. Let me start by telling I'm the governor of Nuevo León in Mexico, in the north part of Mexico. And today, Nuevo León is the best place to invest. As an example, the three biggest Indian technological companies, Tata, Infosys, and HCL, among others, are investing nowadays in Nuevo León. Nuevo León is becoming in the Latin American Silicon Valley and also in an electromobility hub because we are the backbone and the entrance to the North American market. That's why Tesla and other big companies are now constructing their gigafactories in our city, our capital city called Monterrey, Nuevo León, which is the second most populated city of Mexico. And we are very close, very near, 150 miles from the nearest border location with the US. Today, Mexico exports to North America are around $124 billion. This is a 20% increase compared to last year. Mexico is projected to be the first place in nearshoring of all Latin America in 2023 and beyond. Today, Nuevo León is not only Mexico's most standing state of nearshoring, but of the complete Latin America. This year, we started with the 50% of nearshoring in our state, and in just 6 months, after Tesla investment, Kia investment, and other big global companies, today alone, the state of Nuevo León is gathering 76% of Mexico's nearshoring. That's why I want to invite all the Confederation of Indian Industry to visit us, and I'm sure you will invest very soon and multiply your money. Also, it's very important for us to announce that since we took office in October 2021, foreign investment in Nuevo León is now $25 billion, and every week we are opening 2 or 3 international companies in our state. That's why we think these events are an opportunity for countries in Latin America to promote what we are doing well and our advocacy. In our case, Nuevo León is becoming in an electromobility hub with a very strong automobile cluster, and that's why we like to announce that many manufacturers of automotive sector of India are investing in Nuevo León. Today, one of them, we just came from their company. Bendy Indian company just announced a $200 million investment in Nuevo León, Mexico. And we are trying to become Nuevo León's future, the door to the American market, trying electric vehicles, also trying the hydrogen battery vehicles, and consolidate every time, every year, more and more as a global electromobility hub. In conclusion, we think that we can share our good practices. Nuevo León, as part of Mexico, is investing heavily in infrastructure. We are making 6 new highways to connect even more the north of Mexico with the North American market. We're heavily investing in security issues and safetiness. We're now in green lining. US and other countries highly recommend to invest and do tourism in Nuevo León. And obviously, our best advantage is human labor, our capital force. And I will end with this topic. Nuevo León, as most of Mexican states, our average age is 29 years. Our demographics is a very good example of the advantage of betting in youth people, in good education, in English, and obviously in engineers. We are graduating around 50,000 technicians for all these companies that are coming to Nuevo León, and we have the best universities of the country developing economic community and the new Silicon Valley of Mexico. So I will end by inviting you to our state in the north of Mexico and wish you have a very good year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor. Now, may I invite the Secretary of the State of the Office of the Presidency of Honduras, His Excellency Rodolfo Pastor.
Thank you. Thank you. Un saludo a todas y a todos de parte de la presidenta Xiomara Castro, la primera mujer presidente de Honduras. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for bringing us together. Thank you to the Government of India, to the Confederation of Indian Industry. It's so exciting to be here today. It's exciting because we're here together as a region and coming into a dialogue with India. And India is playing such an incredibly relevant role, such a valuable role in our world today. So it's good to be here. I like what we are told, that this should be shared and sustainable growth. And in order for growth to be truly sustainable, it must be shared. Our planet and humanity urgently need new balance and equilibrium. Because of its vision, its wisdom, and scope, India can be a truly stabilizing force. The democratic dimension of India's example make it a model to seek a more just future for all. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Honduras, because today someone asked me, where is Honduras? And Honduras is at the belly button of America. We are right in the center of the continent. And that gives us, even if we are a very small country with a small population, it gives us a strategic location. We have coasts on both oceans, and we are, in that capacity, a gateway to trade. Alone, we account for a small market of only 10 million people and a GDP of roughly 31 billion US dollars. We export to India $16 million, and we import from India $300 million. So there's obviously a gap there that we need to take advantage of. We are, as most of the region, also afflicted by many of the shared challenges: profound poverty, even deeper inequality, which leads to violence and instability, and we are profoundly vulnerable to climate change. So we desperately need to invest in our people, invest in access to health, education, food, and energy security. These are the core issues that afflict Honduras today, and I believe India is particularly well positioned to help us solve these problems together. Now, if we come together, Central America accounts for roughly 40 million people. And if we come together as a region, Latin America and the Caribbean, we account for 640 million people. So it makes sense to come together. We have a stronger, more important voice to express our priorities and defend our interests in this very convoluted world. Honduras will be president during 2024 of CII, and I believe that CII is a very important forum that brings Latin America and the Caribbean together and presents a united voice to the world. And I would like to see India be part of CII, come closer to CII. That is so important. We also have India's participation in the BRICS and the New Development Bank, and that is also very, very important. So I guess we need to be aware of the challenges that we're facing. It's been said. I think we're clear about that. We need to be aware of the opportunity that that presents to us and the importance of a role like the one that India is today playing in our world. We need to share that vision. We need the investment. We need to facilitate trade. We need much more connectivity. It took me 2 days to get here. It's a long and exhausting trip. So we need to figure this out. And as a region, Latin America and the Caribbean can also deal more fluently, more efficiently with India and the rest of the world for that matter. So on my way from the airport, I read how India is presiding the G20 and the kind of vision that India wishes to imprint on that leadership. And I really, really liked how they put it. One Earth, one family, and one future. I really believe that this is key. Integration, unity is key to be able to overcome the challenges of our era. And I think that understanding ourselves as part of a system is so important because everything affects everyone. And we can all do something together to benefit everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. And it's now my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Transportation and Investment of Antigua and Barbuda, His Excellency, Mr. Henry Chris Charles Fernandez.
Honorable government officials, distinguished guests, and fellow attendees, good evening. My remarks are on the catalytic role of India in strengthening the integrative forces for the early realization of the Global South's goals. Over the years, India has made significant strides in diversifying its bilateral trade with Latin America and the Caribbean, LAC countries, moving from a focus on commodities to high-value manufactured goods, technology-related products, and services. This shift has resulted in a more balanced trade relationship and holds great potential for the economic growth and development of both India and the Global South. However, let me first start by thanking the organizers of this important trade event for the outstanding hospitality extended to us so far. I also want to put on record the appreciation of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda to the government and people of India for their timely contribution of AstraZeneca vaccines during the COVID-19 pandemic. We will always remember this benevolent gesture. I can say without fear of contradiction that many lives were saved as a result of the prompt action on their part to rush these vaccines to us. In addition, livelihoods were also saved. These vaccines allowed for us to continue to open our vital tourism industry and welcome visitors with a greater sense of protection for our people. Tourism accounts for 60% of our GDP. Thank you, India. Historically, India's bilateral trade with LAC countries primarily revolved around commodities such as petroleum, chemicals, and agricultural products. While this trade contributed to the economic ties between the regions, it lacked the depth and diversity necessary for sustainable growth. Recognizing this, India has taken proactive measures to expand its trade horizons and diversify its export basket. In recent years, India has witnessed a perceptible shift towards high-value manufactured goods, technology-related products, and services in its trade with LAC countries. This diversification has been driven by various factors, including advancements in manufacturing capabilities, technological innovation, and the growing demand for specialized products and services. As a result, India has emerged as a reliable supplier of automobiles, pharmaceuticals, information technology services, and engineering goods, among others, to the LAC region. The diversification of India-LAC trade brings numerous benefits to both regions. Firstly, it reduces the dependence on traditional commodities, thereby mitigating the vulnerability to price fluctuations in global markets. Secondly, the exchange of high-value manufactured goods and technology-related products fosters technological transfer, innovation, and capacity building, leading to increased productivity and competitiveness in both India and LAC countries. Thirdly, the expansion of services trade, including IT services, financial services, and tourism, opens up new avenues for economic cooperation and collaboration, facilitating the growth of knowledge-based economies. India's evolving trade relationship with LAC countries plays a crucial role in strengthening the integrative forces within the global South. By diversifying trade and expanding economic linkages, India fosters closer regional cooperation, mutual understanding, and shared prosperity. This integration contributes to the collective voice and bargaining power of the global South in the international fora, allowing for more effective representation and advocacy on global issues of common interest. To further enhance the integrative forces for the realization of the Global South's goals, the following recommendations are proposed. 1. Strengthening trade facilitation. Efforts should be made to simplify and streamline trade procedures, reduce non-tariff barriers, and promote greater transparency and predictability in trade relations. This will enhance the ease of doing business and promote greater trade flows between India and the LAC countries. 2. Promoting investment and technology transfer. Encouraging cross-border investments and technology transfer will enable the development of local industries in both regions. India has become one of the biggest driving forces in the healthcare industry worldwide. This has been recognized by many developing nations who have forged closer ties with India. This is a significant achievement and speaks to the knowledge and expertise here. The dissemination of these resources to LAC countries will assist us in our delivery of modern and affordable services in our healthcare, and will also serve as an investment into our professionals through knowledge transfers. This will bolster our growth in this sector. This can be achieved through the establishment of investment promotion and protection agreements, technology transfer mechanisms, and capacity building programs. And 3, enhancing connectivity. Improving physical and digital connectivity between India and LAC countries will facilitate the movement of goods, services, and people. Investments in infrastructure, such as ports and transportation networks, are crucial. It is my opinion that the biggest impediment to trade expansion is the absence of adequate air and sea connectivity within the LAC countries. If we are to realize the doubling of India-LAC trade in 5 years, then air and sea connectivity must get necessary attention to deliver on this purposeful undertaking. Antigua and Barbuda offers investment opportunities in banking, tourism, digital financial services, and medical education and services. My government has passed the relevant parliamentary regulations in relation to all of these sectors, including stem cell delivery. We offer a wide plethora of incentives towards investments, thus reducing the risk for investor and allowing for high return on investment. I want to again thank the organizers of this 9th India-LAC Conclave for the invitation to participate in this important conference, which allows for shared opportunities and benefits, which incidentally, I hope, will not preclude sports, more specifically here, cricket. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to offer congratulations and best wishes to the government and people of India on the celebration of the 77th anniversary of their independence on the 15th of August. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Now may I invite the Honorable Minister of Development Planning of Bolivia, His Excellency Sergio Quisecanqui.
Muy buenas noches a todos. En primera instancia, saludar al Ministro de Comercio e Industria y agradecer también a toda la organización y a la hospitalidad que hemos recibido desde que hemos llegado aquí a la India. En primera instancia, creo que es importante contextualizar lo que está sucediendo en el mundo. Desde el 2008, prácticamente la economía mundial vive en un estado de permanente crisis que se va reflejando a través de diferentes tipos de crisis. La crisis financiera, la crisis climática que va afectando a nuestros países y que va afectando principalmente la producción de alimentos. Y también en los últimos meses se ha mostrado esa crisis a través de los conflictos bélicos que son de público conocimiento, y también a partir de estas crisis se han ido generando y se están construyendo nuevos liderazgos en términos de economía y nuevos liderazgos mundiales. Y uno de los ejemplos es precisamente la India, que en los últimos meses ha pasado a ser el país más poblado del mundo, y lo cual representa en términos económicos el mercado más grande para los bienes y servicios que podemos ofrecer todos los demás países. Y esa es la importancia del evento en el cual estamos participando estos días, porque ese estado de permanente crisis nos ha enseñado y nos ha mostrado que debemos ser complementarios, que debemos escucharnos y entendernos para sumar esfuerzos y de esa manera poder mejorar las condiciones de vida de nuestra población. Las acciones aisladas no nos van a llevar a resultados óptimos. Las acciones aisladas tampoco nos van a permitir hacer una utilización eficiente de los escasos recursos públicos que tenemos. Y es por eso que es de suma importancia este tipo de eventos para poder escucharnos, para poder entendernos y también para poder trabajar hacia adelante y construir mejores condiciones para nuestra población. En mi país, desde el año 2006 hemos llevado adelante un proceso de crecimiento económico que ha sido interrumpido el año 2020 por una crisis política y social que ha tenido mi país, pero también por la llegada del COVID-19. Y a partir de ahí hemos iniciado un proceso de reconstrucción de la economía. Pero no solamente buscamos crecer en términos económicos, sino que buscamos lo que nosotros llamamos tener crecimiento económico con justicia social. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Significa reducir pobreza, pero principalmente reducir la desigualdad también en nuestro país. Hemos tenido buenos resultados, hemos logrado los niveles más bajos en términos de pobreza extrema en las últimas décadas, pero también hemos logrado reducir la desigualdad en mi país, y ese es el camino que estamos siguiendo. Y para consolidar ese proceso de crecimiento con justicia social, el gobierno de Bolivia, a la cabeza de nuestro presidente Luis Arce, ha iniciado un proceso de industrialización, pero que no va solamente a la instalación de plantas, sino que busca aprovechar las diferentes potencialidades productivas que tiene mi país, porque tenemos 3 pisos ecológicos, tenemos una gran potencialidad en términos de producción de alimentos, y eso es lo que estamos tratando de implementar y aprovechar en estos momentos. Nuestra estrategia va desde la captación de agua, su distribución para la producción agrícola, implementar riego tecnificado y finalmente garantizar esa materia prima para nuestro proceso de industrialización. Y ese es el camino que estamos siguiendo. Eso va a permitir diversificar la economía boliviana, va a permitir también aumentar producción y aumentar productividad, como se mencionaba durante todo el día de hoy, y de esa manera dejar de depender de un solo producto, como generalmente nuestros países tienden a depender. Pero además del proceso de industrialización que acabo de describir, no hay que olvidar que Bolivia tiene las reservas probadas de litio más grandes del mundo. Y es ahí donde también estamos trabajando para encarar ese proceso de industrialización. Hemos ido avanzando con algunas empresas, estamos encaminados a poder industrializar el litio y de esa manera también dar ese salto cualitativo y tecnológico dentro de ese proceso de industrialización y que nos permita también generar mejores condiciones de vida para toda la población boliviana. Es en ese marco que para nosotros es muy importante estar aquí en este evento, estar aquí en Delhi, estar aquí en India, porque creemos que tenemos un amplio espacio para poder trabajar de manera conjunta con el gobierno de la India, con sus diferentes instituciones, y de esa manera también estrechar los lazos y a partir del inicio de este fortalecimiento del relacionamiento bilateral, poder tener mayor presencia de empresas de la India en Bolivia, pero también de la producción boliviana aquí en el mercado de la India. Creemos que tenemos ese espacio, amplio espacio para poder trabajar de manera conjunta y a través de este tipo de eventos estamos seguros que vamos a poder concretar todos estos objetivos. Simplemente agradecer nuevamente la hospitalidad, la organización de este evento y esperamos que podamos seguir asistiendo y seguir fortaleciendo nuestro relacionamiento bilateral. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Andy Joseph Williams, the Minister for Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation of Grenada.
Good evening to everyone. Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs and Public Distribution, Government of India. Ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here. And I must say that Grenada is indeed delighted to be part of this important event. The fact that we are meeting here in India takes on added significance for many reasons. Indeed, India's relation with our region, the Caribbean in particular, dates back to centuries. History shows that our relations began with indentured workers on the sugar plantations. And yes, in Grenada, we are proud to say that we celebrate Indian Arrival Day with an official activity involving the people and the government of Grenada. I must add that the Indian community contributes significantly to our country's progress. It means, therefore, that there exists strong emotional, family, and cultural ties between our people. And over the decades, we had learned from each other. Your Indian cuisine, your dance, your music, and not forgetting your famous film industry. But on the other hand, we taught a few things. like the steel pan from Trinidad, sprinting from Jamaica, and oh yes, playing the game of cricket, where India is beating us right now. Indeed, I applaud and commend the government and the people of India for hosting us in this enchanting city. Thanks for your friendly hospitality. And can we give India a round of applause for their wonderful hospitality, please? I think the effort that is made here is beyond comprehension when it comes to hospitality. The fact that this frontier of dialogue and cooperation between India, Latin America, and the Caribbean is now in full motion, we are satisfied that together we can find solutions to common problems and challenges. Some of the issues to be addressed includes, number one, climate change. There are many important issues that concern the countries of Latin America, the Caribbean, and India. But to Grenada, there's a particular issue that strikes at the very heart of our existence and viability. This challenge we are not equipped to bear, given our unique vulnerability and special circumstances. This is why we consistently call for global climate mitigation action. This is why we call for building resilience and adequate financing to better cope with the devastating consequences of the phenomenon. India has been a good partner in this regard. I now move on to the issue of health and wellness, number two. The COVID-19 pandemic has seriously exposed our fragile health systems. Cooperation in this regard is of paramount importance. The sharing of technology relative to vaccines, medication, and best practices is not only desirable, but urgently necessary. The region suffers from pandemic of chronic and other diseases, which has potential to collapse health systems. We therefore need a serious dialogue on this matter. Another crucial area that is of significance is trade and development. While the socio-cultural and historic ties between Caribbean countries and India are particularly important, it is evident that there is greater potential for economic engagement through trade in goods and services. The Caribbean is still one of the world's ideal and most popular vacation destinations. Therefore, there is enticing possibilities and, of course, rich dividends to be derived from investment in our tourism industry. Imagine popular Indian-style wellness centers in our hotels, catering to our guests while training our local practitioners, which in turn make these centers of excellence. With regard to investment, India currently has an agreement with the Caribbean Development Fund. So you are a partner, and this is indeed commendable. This fund must be made to work for our people, as this is of paramount importance. The ordinary entrepreneur, the simple businessman, and even the farmer should benefit. We further suggest that the Caribbean Development Bank be involved in this process. We certainly need more Indian presence, more Indian participation, and more Indian investment in our Caribbean civilization and infrastructure development. Indeed, another important area that is that of ICT, information and communication technology. India has demonstrated to the world its immense potential in this extremely important area. Our new government, that is in Grenada, as one of the major pillars of transformation, is embarking on the digital conversion of our economy through the use of more computers and more online services. Hence, we need to equip our people so they can participate fully in the advancement of the country. They have to be equipped. They have to be trained, and your support is pivotal to forge ahead in a strategic manner. The last issue I would like to address is that of multilateral cooperation. Cooperation is crucial for India, the Caribbean, and Latin America. We must come together to dialogue and exchange views and seek solutions to the challenges we all face. Cooperation at the multilateral level is extremely important, and India has proven to be an honest and transparent partner in the process. It is imperative that we collaborate, that we agree among ourselves to take common positions on the many issues that affect us collectively. These are high public debt, food and water security, reform of the financial architecture, organized crime and violence and security, the Bridgestone Initiative, the financial services sector, enhanced trade relations, insurance, loss and damage fund, and very important, our brothers and sisters in Haiti. I conclude by embracing this opportunity to request of our host, India, our Latin friends, and indeed my Caribbean brothers and sisters, that we give deliberate attention to the issues and concerns that worry our people, that we agree on decisions that will uplift them and give them a sense of hope. Grenada is hopeful that the encounter over the next few hours will be a catalyst for a future positive action by India and ourselves as we strive for collective solutions to develop our respective countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. With that, may I now request our chief guest of the evening, Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Textiles, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution of India, to deliver his keynote address.
A very good evening to all the distinguished excellencies on the dais, off the dais, Mr. Dinesh, Mr. Banerjee, other captains of industry, heads of missions from the various Latin American and Caribbean countries, friends from the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, my apologies that we had to start a little late, but our parliament session is going on, and there were important bills being passed in both houses of parliament. And given my responsibilities in parliament, it is not possible to leave until we were able to conclude the working of parliament for the day. So my sincerest apologies to all the distinguished guests from all over the Latin American and Caribbean countries. And I do hope you will appreciate, given that each one of you would have similar responsibilities in your countries. Friends, truly delighted to see this 9th edition of the LAC countries, all friends of India working together as partners, as colleagues, as people working for a better future for nearly 2 billion people on earth. It's wonderful to see all the youngsters on the dais, and gives me a lot of encouragement and hope that we can expand this relationship between our two regions, particularly given the long history that we share, our cultural ties over the years, the fact that many of us are emerging out of the shadows of a colonial past. And we in India are particularly keen to look at faster economic growth, faster expansion of our trade with friendly countries across the world, integration of our businesses through collaborations, through trade agreements, comprehensive economic agreements, through geopolitical expansion of our understanding on various issues. We do hope to see how the Caribbean and Latin American countries and India can work much better, expand our relations, and work for a better world for our children. In fact, we share very similar challenges also, but at the same time, we complement each other in very many areas. I wouldn't find too many areas where we would really compete with each other, maybe a few agricultural products at best. And I know that we have an ongoing dispute between some of the countries probably in this room. I think Brazil, Guatemala, Australia, and India have an ongoing dispute. For example, on the sugar trade. It's one of those rare instances where we are not able to come to terms. But otherwise, mostly these two regions, India and the LAC region, complement each other. In fact, I would think that one of the first elementary steps we should take is to determine what is the common areas, common grounds on which our businesses can work together, on which our government should be working together, and taking forward what the foreign minister said in the morning. I think there's a lot of scope for the LAC countries and India to integrate in each other's supply chains. Tremendous opportunities. So many areas where you can contribute to India's economic imperatives, our needs, whether it's critical resources, mineral wealth, many manufactured goods that also come in from the Latin American countries. I think if we were all to put our heads together and determine areas of cooperation, we would also be able to find solutions in areas where we may not be in a position to cooperate with each other. For example, I think Australia and possibly Brazil and India were almost on the verge of coming to terms on the sugar dispute that we have. But we probably failed at the last minute for one or the other reason. Why I'm giving this specific example is that unless we build up an atmosphere of trust and an atmosphere where we can work together as friends, we'll not be able to look at exponential growth in this relationship. I see that you are looking at doubling our bilateral trade in the next 5 years, from $45–50 billion to $100 billion. Mr. Banerjee and Mr. Dinesh will bear me out that that's not how I work. I find this to be very, very modest and very low ambition targets. If at all we are working as friends, if at all we believe that we can work with trust, if at all we recognize the opportunity between between India and these 44 countries probably in this LAC region, we have a 1.4 billion people population. You almost have half of that. So it's not as if we are very much different in terms of the size and scale of opportunity. We are today a $3.5 trillion economy, and you are about a $6 trillion economy in the aggregate. But the speed at which the Indian economy is growing gives me a pretty much a confidence that probably 7 or 8 years from now, at best 8 years probably, we'll both be at the same level of size of economy also. India has focused its energies in the last few years on meeting the basic needs of every Indian, whether it's food, clothing, shelter, education, healthcare, connectivity of different sorts, digital connectivity, infrastructure, utilities like power and water, our own effort to make sure that modern technology comes into the country in a big way to meet the emerging needs of our young population. When we look at these basic enablers having been provided for with very strong macroeconomic fundamentals, I think we have the fourth or fifth largest foreign exchange reserve in India today. We have the fastest growing large economy, 7% plus growth last year, expected to continue for several years in the future. Our population is young at about 28 years, mid-average age, and expected to be so for the next 3 decades. With all these enablers, we are looking at rapidly expanding our footprint and our engagement with the developed world. As we speak, I've lost count of the number of FTAs that we are already in dialogue with. UK, Canada, the 4-country EFTA region, the 27-country EU region, Israel. After concluding with UAE, I have 2 more requests from GCC countries to do it bilaterally, but there's also a request that the GCC would like to do it collectively. 1 or 2 of the countries in this room here have also indicated their interest to enter into a FTA with India. I have some requests from countries in the Asian continent to engage and rapidly wrap up a FTA. Russia and its friendly countries, I think it's Eurasia, they are looking at doing an FTA. So here is a situation where we are looking at expanding our footprint globally. And I do believe that the Latin American countries and the Caribbean countries working together with India can become a force multiplier, can become a force for global good, particularly with 25% of the world's population in our collective regions. Of course, that will mean greater collaboration and cooperation even on multilateral fora. Honorable Prime Minister Modi has made a significant outreach and effort to get the global south connected so that collectively over 100 countries of the global south can become a powerful voice on the international stage. We seek your active participation and cooperation on that. And my own experience is that very often we fail each other. We fail to understand each other. We fail to understand how we can work for a better future for each other. I saw at the WTO Ministerial Conference last year how on many areas we were not able to come on the same page despite having very shared interests in many, many areas. And I saw how certain countries were trying to divide the emerging markets or developing world or the less developed countries through small SOPs, or a more appropriate but probably not diplomatic word. Let me steer out of diplomacy. There are just too many countries to take a risk with, but let me stick to SOPs. And they're playing that game so beautifully, dividing us. That, okay, on fisheries, we will isolate a certain large section of the developing or less developed countries by a de minimis which can address the needs of a few countries, and therefore get them on our side and try and foist a fisheries agreement, which in the long run, your future generations will regret to live. Just like India today, though we were a part of that agreement in the Uruguay round on agricultural subsidies, when we were a less developed country, when we did not have very robust systems of capturing the support we give to our agricultural sector, when we did not even have an economy large enough to support our small and marginal farmers, are today at the mercy of the developed world, having signed an agreement 30 odd years ago, the Uruguay round. We are today stuck and are finding that our agricultural people, and nearly 40-45% of Indian population subsists on agriculture, are today at a big disadvantage compared to agriculturists in Europe, in America, in some of the larger European, Asian, or even South American countries. And I can see before my eyes that the same thing will be done, whether it's in fisheries. The same thing is sought to be done when it comes to the e-commerce moratorium. This divide and rule policy is something that I think the global south should be very conscious and cautious about. And we need to stick our heads together. We need to stay along, stick along with each other, support each other, so that our voice becomes a powerful voice which cannot be ignored on international fora, something that the foreign minister alluded to in the morning, that global challenges call for all of us to work together, to work as a team. And on the economic landscape, on the economic front, I think more and more opportunities are going to come our way, where we'll be called upon to understand each other, maybe make some compromises when it comes to each other, but not land up creating a situation where we compromise our own friends. And that is the trust I would like to call upon each one of you to reflect upon, to see how we can collectively earn each other's trust, how we can work together, sharing our development imperatives, our development initiatives. And I'm sure if we align with this vision of a collective global south of 100+ countries, if we can all show solidarity to the rest of the world, if we can fight for a level playing field for the emerging economies, emerging markets, less developed countries, where the voice of even a country with a population of less than 1 million people becomes the collective voice of 2 billion people in this room. I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, no power on earth can stop our countries and our people from becoming a developed set of countries, from making our people benefit from growth, from prosperity, making growth and prosperity more inclusive for our 2 billion people. And as the global economic order is being rebalanced, as the world is grappling with newer and newer crises, I think it's a great opportunity for us to create a new pole of solidarity, a new pole reflecting our shared interests for our people, and take that message to the rest of the world Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean and Pacific countries working as a team, working for each other's betterment, our collective cause of a better future for our children, for our next generation, using the wealth that we all have. Some of us have mineral wealth, some of us have talent, some of us have managerial skills, some of us have technologies. When we pool all of this together, when we forge partnerships with each other for the collective good of all our countries, the challenges of poverty, the challenges of climate change, the challenges of unequal growth in the world, challenges of quality healthcare, quality education, our cooperation in areas like IT and in the emerging world, artificial intelligence becoming another big challenge for all of us to address, working together to convert artificial intelligence from a problem to a opportunity which can help us grow faster and take the benefits and fruits of development to our people faster. Exploring areas of cooperation in tourism, as some of our earlier speakers alluded to. Working together to ensure the rule of law prevails. We respect each other's legal systems, rules of law, respect each other's local issues. If all of us collectively go from this 9th CII India-LAC conclave with this collective resolve on the economic front, at least to begin with, I think we'll be doing great service to our countries. We'll be taking forward a strong message which, if I may quote Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi's words, the development journey of India is unstoppable now. In the third term of the government, India will be among the top 3 economies of the world. We would like all of you, just as we have grown from the 10th largest economy 9 years ago to the 5th largest economy today, and are confident that in the next 4 or 5 years, we will be the world's 3rd largest economy, working to expand our economy from a $3.5 trillion economy today to a $35 trillion economy by 2047, when we will celebrate 100 years of our independence. I invite all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to join this journey that India has embarked upon. I invite all of you, distinguished excellencies, to make trade and investment a central pillar of our partnership, of our effort to work together as trusted partners, as friends, expanding our shared interests. And let us take this message to the world, towards which end I'd like to propose a 4-point way forward, an agenda for all of us to reflect upon, to debate upon over the next, I think you continue to have these meetings tomorrow, and maybe at some point we can use video conferencing or other means of communication to continue to remain engaged as a team more frequently than once in a year or 2 years, so that we can understand, create greater understanding amongst each other, and come up with a doctrine or a document which will help us further the following 4-point agenda. 1, draw up a roadmap for increased trade flows so that we can be more ambitious and look for faster growth, look at working with each other in areas of each other's strength. I mean, almost taking Michael Porter's words, that each one of us would have some or the other competitive or comparative advantage to offer. Let's recognize that, bring all of that to the table, and work in that spirit of partnership to exploit newer trade and business opportunities. I'm not looking at a target today, but let that target come from greater engagement amongst all of us and our officials and missions to work out much, much more ambitious targets for the next 5, 7, 10 years at least to begin with. Second, how do we leverage this partnership for greater investment flow in each other's regions? We believe we have a lot to learn from all of you. We believe we have something to offer each one of you. If we can work together on investments, we can strengthen your integration into supply chains where India hopes to play a more pivotal role in the future, and we'll invite your partnership on the investment front also. Tourism and hospitality, ladies and gentlemen, the third point I want to stress upon, are areas where we believe each one of you has tremendous potential and offerings to give. We too in India have a lot to offer on tourism and hospitality. In fact, during our G20 presidency, a new record has been created with over 160 meetings already having been held. I may have lost count, it would be probably closer to 200 meetings already having been held in the nook and corner of India. Over 50 cities spanning every state in the country, every union territory in the country have hosted G20 events, making this an event not just as a central government-to-government event, but today this has become a people's event in India with 1.4 billion people engaged through our G20 presidency and getting encouragement and power from our international engagement. This message of the G20 we have been able to take to the remotest corners of India, and through that we have been able to expose our G20 partner countries and invitee countries to different parts of India and all its rich cultural, historical, traditional offerings, our rich heritage that we have to offer to the world. And finally, I think healthcare is one area where we can work together, we can help expand, grow, and make more affordable healthcare systems across the world. India would be very, very delighted to become your trusted source of affordable medicines and healthcare, for which we can work through mutual recognition agreements, we can work through smarter regulatory practices amongst each other, and not remain hostage to very high cost, expensive medications. We saw during the COVID crisis the behavior of different countries around the world. I need not say more, some of my earlier speakers have talked about it, but I can offer you and I can assure you that India will never let down any of you in your time of need. In Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in all of us, his colleagues working in government, whether at the ministerial level or the official level, but more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, with great conviction and confidence, I extend to you our friendship, not only as the government of India, but on behalf of 1.4 billion people who will be your trusted friends, your partners in progress, and people who will stand with you in your time of need. It is 1.4 billion people's arm of friendship that I am extending to each one of you. Let us work together to script a new success story. Let us all work together to strengthen our mutual ties. Let us all work together to be the beacon of collaboration for the rest of the world in the years to come. Thank you very much, friends, for your patient listening. Warm welcome to you in India again.
Thank you, Minister, sir. May I also request you to kindly hand over mementos as token of appreciation to our dignitaries who have joined us from the Latin American and Caribbean region. May I invite Mr. Excellency, Mr. Fernandez, Minister of Tourism, Civil Aviation, Transportation and Investment, the Government of Antigua and Barbuda. His Excellency, Mr. Loaiza, Minister of Development Planning of the Plurinational State of Bolivia. His Excellency, Mr. Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, Government of Grenada. His Excellency, Maria E. Campos, Secretary of State in the Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Honduras. His Excellency, Mr. Quintero, Governor of the People's Power in the Cienfuegos Province, Republic of Cuba. His Excellency, Mr. Sepulveda, Governor of Nuevo León State, Government of Mexico. His Excellency, Mr. Marcus, Deputy Minister for Foreign Trade and Investment Promotion, Ministry of People's Power of Economy, Finance and Foreign Trade of the Bolivian Trade, Republic of Venezuela. We would also like to felicitate our ministers who have joined us and are present in the room but not on the stage. His Excellency, Dr. Anthony, Minister of Health of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. His Excellency, Mr. Rivas, Minister of Economy, Government of Nuevo León, Mexico. His Excellency, Mr. Caesar, Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation and Industry, Saint Grenadines, Vincent and the Grenadines. Her Excellency, Ms. Saavedra, Deputy Minister of Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment, Ministry of Foreign Trade and Foreign Investment, Republic of Cuba. His Excellency, Mr. Emmanuel Lu, Deputy Minister of Investment of the Nuevo León State, Government of Mexico. His Excellency, Mr. Arevalo, Vice Minister of Development of Micro, Medium and Small Enterprises, Ministry of Economy, Guatemala. Her Excellency, Ms. Gomez, Vice Minister of Foreign Trade of Peru. Her Excellency, Ms. Moreno, Vice Minister for Asia, Middle East and Oceania of Venezuela, Ministry of People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela. Thank you, Excellencies and Minister.
One is a public, you can see a